is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
As we occasionally have issues. We're going to jump right into it and say that this past week I was commenting on X about the it's okay to be white meme that became popular a couple of years ago. And Danunaki had asked, thank you, Great Biospirit of the West. Danunaki had asked about, could I please explain again why, a couple of the reasons why the "it's okay to be white" is not a great slogan for the work we do in bringing positivity to our people. I'm not going to rehash that subject. I'm just going to mention it because I want to mention a comment that was made, a contrary comment, a counter argument made to it. And the counter argument is a great demonstration of some of the problems we have in service to white well-being. So I responded, Danunaki had asked about the slogan, what was the response that defeats the White Lives Matter slogan? And of course, back when it first came out, I said, this is easily defeated. And then here's how. And then a week later, a Black high school student in New Jersey or Maryland used that exact sentence, came up with it on his own. So I speak to that here. The response that defeats it is, of course, White Lives Matter. But, and then you fill in the blank. White supremacy doesn't matter. Racism is unacceptable. White haters don't matter. And that's exactly what the teenager said. And it's inevitable. It was an easy prediction to make, not a surprise. And they immediately defeat the argument. I write here, in addition to the response, by flipping the anti-white slogan, Black Lives Matter, with White Lives Matter, you cause the audience to think about Black Lives Matter, the meme pathogen, and therefore a host of other meme pathogens that undermine our position of white well-being. It also, of course, engenders a subtle contempt for the childishness of such a flip. It's this childish, flippant response. Oh yeah, Black Lives Matter, White Lives Matter. And so therefore ineffective. Well, and like I said, we're not going to go into it deeply. There's much more to the psychology of it and why it doesn't succeed. But I had a guy on X respond, and he said, it's okay to be white. And the unsurprising, surprising Black reaction to it, red-pilled boomers like Scott Adams and my mom. So we have to ask the question here, what is the definition of red pill? Now, this guy's probably an all right guy. This is a misunderstanding, I'm sure. What is his definition? What is the definition we see in the white sympathetic sphere about red pilling? Is red pilling concluding that Blacks are bad? That Blacks are violent? Is that red pilling? What's your objective? Is your objective to get white people to dislike Black people? Is your objective to get white people to fear all Black people? Fearing them is not really where we want to be. What's your objective? What's your red pill? And when it comes to Scott Adams, what was the red pill of Scott Adams? that he had decided, something he had known all along, something that he had felt all along, which is that black neighborhoods are more violent than white neighborhoods. And that's why he didn't live in black neighborhoods. And of course, we talked here at length, made predictions about what was going on with Scott Adams. Every single thing I said came true precisely. Every single thing I said came true precisely with Scott Adams. He is an anti-white, old white man that is no longer needed by the anti-whites, and they put him in his place. And he threw a tantrum. And he's like, oh, yeah, well, your neighborhoods are dangerous. Oh, yeah, well, you're violent people on average. And then he suffered the consequences of contradicting the anti-white narrative. But that's all right, because he was a has-been. They didn't need him anymore. It's kind of like slowly the same thing is happening to white women. Not as much as old white guys. A lot of white guys out there that were anti-white. They're not needed anymore by the anti-whites. And so they're kicking them to the curb. We don't need you anymore, Scott Adams. So really the problem here is when trying to evaluate a concept, an argument, what we might refer to as in this community, a meme curative versus a meme pathogen. You have to ask, what's the objective? What are you trying to accomplish? And unfortunately, so many people in the white sympathetic sphere, what they're trying to accomplish, whether they realize it or not, they're like intuitively, because it's always been this way, and the content creators are always telling them that this is the way it is. And so they just get into the river and they go with the flow. Is that, well, we need to make white people distrust and hate black people and fear black people and distrust and hate Jewish people. That's red pilling. Well, that's not what we do here. That is an inept and deleterious, it's self-harmful, and it's harmful to the work we do in service to white well-being. It's harmful to the well-being of our people. It makes it impossible to recapture our destiny. Absolutely impossible. And you need no more. You don't have to say, well, you're jealous of Jason for various reasons. And trust me, I understand that. If I was you, I would want to be me too. I get it. But you need only look at the history of these arguments and those objectives, those red pill objectives obtained from generation after generation after generation to see how well they've worked. I mean, now we're going to be talking about Kendrick Lamar. The revolution is happening. We're going to be talking a little bit about that. We're going to be talking about black people setting up checkpoints with firearms in the United States, not like they're doing in South Africa, which they've been doing for a couple of decades now, under the color of law, under vigilantism, under the government, the anti-white black government doing it in South Africa, which Trump doesn't give a shit about. Can't even say our name. You need only look at all of that failure. So to this guy, don't bother him. He's if anything, help him to understand your mother disliking or fearing blacks or concluding that there are differences in the races. I mean, this is really a silly thing, but your mother coming to that conclusion doesn't help her. It doesn't help white well-being. It doesn't help our people. Scott Adams having a tantrum against blacks, that doesn't help our people. Saying blacks are violent and black neighborhoods are dangerous. I mean, tell everyone something they don't know. How many black comedians have you seen tell jokes about the violence in black neighborhoods? I mean, the jokes, the whole bits, like crack baby on black crack baby on the corner selling crack and everything from black comedians. Tell us something everybody doesn't know. So no, that's not red pilling. White Lives Matter is not red pilling anyone. And it's a silly thing, but in attendant to this, and we're going to keep rolling here. In attendant to this, I want to say that we have a deeper problem in the white sympathetic sphere that we have to address if the white race is going to recapture our destiny and put an end to our victimization. And that problem is respect. I have been 3 decades in service to white well-being. I have been a student. I am super high IQ, athletic, brilliant, have fought many fist fights, not just in an arena, not just in a ring, not just a game, but actual fights. I've been doing this forever. I've been a student, and most importantly, I've produced results. I've produced victories for people. We got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of testimonials. I have produced results. In any other race of people, a veteran producing results, success, would get respect. If you are in the Jewish community and there's a Jewish person that has articulated arguments and a vision and a description of what's happening in the world for Jews or Asians or blacks, you pick the race. And the people in that race give them respect automatically, even without results, that they've been a student of it for so long and they're speaking sanity. But when they're getting results, when people's lives are being improved, especially in a scenario like for the well-being of white people, has never been done anywhere else. Not happening anywhere. Everybody else, they give absolute earnest respect. They don't show up and say, oh, no, you're wrong. I've thought about this for the past 30 minutes. And you're absolutely wrong on this. To their learned veterans. They don't do that. So white race, you're going to have to get in line. You're going to have to learn how to get some respect. Because if you don't start getting respect for the successes in service of the ending of our victimization, this is a non-starter. And your ass will deserve the outcomes. Your family, your friends will deserve it because of the rank disrespect. It's not, doesn't show up and say, I'm a little confused about this, and I understand you've been doing this for 3 decades and produced mountains of victories. No, it's just, no, you're wrong. White Lives Matter works. Don't even address the arguments in the tweet itself. All right. Along that same level, of intelligence, I was in the park today, and I witnessed this. Take a look at the cat. The real thing isn't going to have any of that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll. All right. We're rolling in. Let me know that you can hear me okay over the music. Let me know that you can hear me all right over the music. Let's keep doing the things we've been doing that brought us to the point where adult white people are dressing up like cats in the park. And they're running at each other and hissing. Let's keep doing what we were doing that brought us to this point. No, you're wrong. Let's keep doing the same stuff, You're wrong. Thank you. Marlene, Gary, Stumlin, Jay Bishop, Otto, Nameless One, Azimuth Clark. Great to see you all. Meatball is here. Hey, make sure that you share that we are going free right now with Rolling. It is Church of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you share because we are censored. And I'm going to be talking to you about some deep censorship that continues on the free speech platform, as free as it's going to get for white people on the platform of X. You're not even going to believe it. Maybe you will. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this roll-in, you can do so over at Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform, which is up and running, Cash App up and running, Rockstar up and running, Be Live, Odyssey, and Rumble up and running. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the comments primarily on Rumble, and I already see Aliens Exist over there. Good to see you, brother. Here on X as well, and I see Daughter of Eve. Celebrate white well-being and build each other up. God bless you. Great to see you. Warm hugs to the brave white well-being community. This is over on X. Good to see you, and I'll be keeping my eyes obviously over here on the YouTube live chat. You can donate to the work that we're doing here, and that would be marvelous. At the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. You head on over there. That's the 501c3. You can get a tax break. It's tax season. You get a tax break. And you'll also be doing good for the well-being of our people. Make sure you do that, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure you mention me with your donation over there so that those funds can reach their destination. We're going to be talking about Black people setting up checkpoints with firearms, locked and loaded, ready to go, and police are just like, yeah, sounds good. We're going to be talking about the Super Bowl, the commercials during the Super Bowl. We're going to be talking about the deep censorship that we face across the internet when we advocate white positivity. Imagine that. You can slander the shit out of Jews all you want especially on X. Slander them all you want, and they will promote you. And I have one of the favorite of the frog people saying the exact same thing as me. Isn't that something? A neat little bit of information that we'll be sharing. We got Tom Brady in a commercial. We got Calvin Brodus in a commercial. Who the hell is that, right? You're wondering who that is. Well, that is the disgusting, you know him by his ghetto name, Snoop Dogg shit. And we'll be taking a look at that commercial. Really some anti-white commercials, as we expected. And you were probably with yours truly, rather than an empty-headed, vacuous, limp turd with the rest of the sports ball idiots imbibing all of that anti-whiteism. And some of these takes so flaccid. Good to see everybody, though. The Lost Pilgrim's Journey is here. Good to see you. Dennis is with us. With your kind of sexy brother. You talked about KW only being able to work as a janitor. He might have some issues in high rises and commercial buildings, as they have more floors than he's able to count. Yeah, I'm guessing he would. I don't think he would actually. Some folks corrected me on that, and I accept the correction. He could not work as a janitor. Talking about jokes from Black comedians years ago, I saw a Black comedian. He said he went over to his sister's house, and there was his nephew, and he was playing with Transformers. And he said the nephew was too old to be playing with toys like this. And he said, well, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm playing with my Transformers. And he said, oh, yeah, well, if you don't stop, you're going to end up, when you grow up, being a janitor. Otto is here. A gaming YouTuber, Quasar, used the term anti-white in his video. Epic. Thank you for bringing the news about that. Maybe we should track that down and celebrate that on Sunday. Mestizo Carf got to me a video of Harry Robinson from that circle of academics, and he was using anti-white again. So we're very happy. Used anti-whiteism. Spud Ruckus brought our attention to that. Initially, Misty is here. That's the work. That's the doing of this community. And it's all uphill. It's against those who claim that they care about white well-being. It's anti-whites, hardcore anti-whites, like Elon Musk. Getting in the way. Samuski is here. I post every stream on Twitter, Facebook, Gab, as well as several channels on Discord, and a handful of friends in DMs there. One of them even attends the Sunday show at times. Big salutes to that Swash. That's epic Swash, my brother. Good to see you. Spartan, Sparta. Spartan is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am. We got so much to talk about. Question of the day. Let's get into the question of the day. We're going to roll. Questions of the day. What is one of your favorite cheesy pickup lines? First question number one. Tag me as No White Guilt across all of the platforms, including the ones that I did not say I would be primarily focused on, but I will check. And so tag me @ No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. Make sure you take a moment here. Give a like on whatever platform you're on. Give a share across your platforms. We're suffering. I'm going to share with you some censorship you would not believe from the freest of platforms. We need to be shared. We need to be pushed. You got to be the algorithm. Land of the fake is here. Aliens exist is here. How you doing, land of the fake? He responds. 07's over there on Premium Rumble. What is your favorite cheesy pickup line? You got to tag me as @ No White Guilt so that I can see that you have a. Now, are you a guy? Is this a pickup line that you have used? Let me know. Let us know. Did you use it or did you not use it? Maybe you just heard it. So did you use it? Are you a female and you have had a cheesy pickup line used on you? What is it? Let us know. That's our question number one of the day as we're getting into the deboosting here in a moment. Hilarity to come. I'll share my answer maybe for my favorite cheesy pickup line. And then question number two, what is your earliest memory? What is it? Is it boring? Is it insipid? Is it interesting? How old were you? Do you remember? Is it an approximation? How old were you when you had your first memory that you can recall? And it's not better or worse. It's not like if you have earlier, it's better and later is worse. It's not. That's not what's happening here. We're merely asking about your first memory for question number two. You can answer both. You can answer one. You can tag me and answer them both. And I will speak to them over here on Odyssey. Land of the fake is there as well. Good to see you. Land of the fake, home of the gay. And by that, he means Claudine Gay. So still working at Harvard as far as I know. Thank God, thank God. There's nothing that brings me more joy than these white erasure individuals who have replaced white males, these white erasure promoted individuals making 6-7 figures. Nothing brings me better joy than to drive down the road and see them driving their beautiful machinery, and they take care of it like shit. Mostly, not all of them, of course, because how can you really appreciate it? How can you really appreciate something you don't work your ass off for? Oh, but trust me though, they'll tell you how hard they work, right? Hello to everybody there on D Live. So do we have any answers right here to our two questions of the day? I lost my number. Can I have yours? Cheesiest line that Jay Bishop has ever heard. That's pretty cheesy. That's got some cheese whiz on it. That's pretty cheesy. Get your coat you've pulled. Is that a cheesy pickup line? Missing says a real man doesn't have a pickup line. Yeah, but sometimes we use them for fun. I know I have. What else did we have here earlier? The Tree Godfather is in the house. Good to see you, brother. Who else is here? Ay is here. Stumbled in. He says, what about White Lives Matter? No take backsies. Great audio, brother, says Tree God. Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback on the video and the audio. Since this platform, it's not yours truly, it's the platform. And we've already isolated their problem. They need to fix it. Anti-whiteout is here. Eva is here. Hello and welcome to you all. Welcome, welcome. You have crossed over into the white well-being zone. Cool Papa J Magic in the house. And he says, so is Masumek. The earliest memory I can recall at the moment is having a dream about rolling a pink plate across the floor. Then I woke up and did it in real life because I just wanted to recreate it. Epic memory. Hyperborean dream agrees. Totally epic memory. I don't remember how old I was, though, says Cool. He adds, Danunaki. We started off with my response to you in the thread. He says, my first memory was lying on the carpet, on my back, on the living room, next to my just born younger brother, while my dad changed our diapers. Crazy, because my first memory, my earliest memory, and this is something that has weirded me out, not the memory in and of itself, but all of these early memories, was, I believe, having my diaper changed. I'm not positive. I guess I couldn't lift the bean to look down to see if it was being changed. But I was on my back, and my mother, very young, was leaning over me, and I felt the, like my body and this, and that was just about all of it. So I think it was a diaper change. I'm not sure. But here's the thing that really freaks me out about all of my earliest memories is that none of them are in language. It is the craziest thing. None of those memories are all like a weird assortment of like a Kodak photograph with a tiny bit of movement, like on an iPhone. It's the strangest, no language, no accompanying language. I don't even think really even emotion, unless anything comes to me that I'm not recalling at the moment. But it's all just like these weird, and I can only assume that before, if there was a before, that we had language, if there was such a time, that it was always like that. Or maybe, I've also wondered this, is that the way it is for animals? No speech, right? No speech, but they're just like capture. It's like this weird capturing of the snapshot with a little bit of movement of the environment and what's going on. Capture, looking up. I have these same kind of, like looking up, and my parents looked like they were like 25 feet tall. And everything was like they're under this part, under their chin and their neck. Does anybody have any of those? No language. It's just like, okay, I'll store that for some reason. So very twinsies with Danunaki, it may be. Sound, color, sensations, and images. Yes, indeed. Jody is with us. Mestizo Carf is in the house. Ash is with us. Good to see you. We're going to be getting into the deboosting. We're going to be talking, and you're going to be surprised. Surprise. Happy Valentine's Day. It's coming up. I guess I should have had a Valentine's question, but I blew it. Unless your cheesy line has something to do with Valentine. Damn, I could replace Ye like that. His rap career. Samuski says, question number 2. As a child, I walked into the kitchen, smelled chocolate chip cookies. Now, the olfactory system has such a massive power over memory. I think everybody recognizes this. We have these smells that transport us through time and we land where we were. I have certain smells, especially when the cold and wet, that transport me to the service. The smell of grass and heat transport me always to the gridiron, as it used to be called, the football field. What else? You had Travis Kelce showed up at the Super Bowl looking like a syphilitic mid-tier Ecuadorian drug lord. Ridiculous, like lapels that could, if you lost your sail on your catamaran, you could just run them up and it would fill up and work just as fine. A glittery shirt. Kate sent that to me. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what a joke. Then you compare that today to Terry Bradshaw, one of the maybe the greatest quarterback at the time in the NFL, and he's showing up for the championship. So that's the game before the Super Bowl. Showing up for the championship. You can look this up. Maybe I'll pull it up. He drives up in regular guy clothing in an old beat up pickup truck. That was his vehicle. And the guard at the gate, he's like, good luck today. And he's like, thanks, man. Then he rumbles in. It's like you can hear that the motor's like a little souped up, but it's still like an old pickup truck, just like everybody else. And now you have Travis Kelce sliding in there like he's leaving a slug line behind him. To this day, I asked my mother when they would be done. She said, I'm only boiling potatoes. To this day, I still smell chocolate chip cookies. She was lying to you, brother. Those were for the adults. You were getting potatoes. What else do we have here? All right, we're going to get into it. Make sure you share. Stumbling right in Köhne. All right. How about cheese? I don't see anybody else coming up with cheesy line. Think about it while the roll-in is rolling along. And if you come up, tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see, and I will make sure that I read out your cheesy line. Yep, we are streaming perfectly fine over on X. Ivan Ziharova answers both. He says, question number one. Ivan's favorite pickup line is, hello, woman. You have the low testosterone and the high estrogen. Do you want to do the marriage and have the children? I definitely would not have needed to know that was Ivan's and come to the conclusion that that's Ivan's pickup line. Hello, woman. And then let's see. Question number two. Ivan's earliest memories, and this is over on Premium Rumble. Ivan's earliest memory is smearing the chocolate syrup and oh my gosh, is that fecal material all over the house, the books, and the mom's bed when Ivan was a toddler? Mommy horrible. Did not appreciate that. So Ivan the Horrible's mommy horrible. Totally abused him. I imagine she didn't appreciate that. We also have Aliens Exist as question number two answer. My earliest memory is me going to the backyard sandbox. He talks like this, by the way. Getting a kid's shovel and spade, coming back inside and spreading flour all over the floor, and my parents spazzing. I was 2 or 3. You were a builder, my friend. You were a real estate person. You were trying to get into your groove. They should have fed your groove. They should have fed your groove. Get this man some tools. Aliens exist, so remember, tag me. Cheesiest line I have ever used, ladies and gentlemen, as I just make sure I didn't miss anybody who could be tagging me. Cheesiest line I have ever used was, excuse me, did you sit in sugar? And they're like, what? Oh, no, it's just because you got a sweet ass. It's worked. It's worked. Believe it or not, it's worked. Are you a thief? No. Well, you must be a thief because you stole my heart. Yeah, that's pretty cheese. That's some cheese. That's also got a dash of cringe in there. Wing of Production says, when I was getting, and that was from Danunaki. When I was getting my eyes dilated, I told the young lady, I just met you, and you already have me in tears. Ooh, pretty cheesy. And then he said, I had her 2 days later. And by that, he meant that he took her to lunch, of course. Sweet ass. A sweet ass. You got a sweet ass, honey. Cindy Ben is in the house. Maybe I'll tell my other. It's not a cheesy line, though. The one I've told before about like the Playboy centerfold girl at the Starbucks. That worked so well. If she had not had a beautiful man as a boyfriend who was also sitting there just on the other side of the glass door, who knows what might have happened? Who knows what my destiny would have been? Mestizo Kov says, my earliest memory was leaving the driveway of my first house because we moved to apartments in a far-off city. We moved back into the same house a couple years. Back to the same house. That's wild. But obviously, you really love that place. So when they were backing out, your brain was just like, remember all of this. I'm coming back to this, bitches. I'm opening that gate in the backyard. Can you just see it right now? Baby Mestizo Carf wilding down the road on his way home to the old house. Ben is with us. Good to see you. We have Arden White is with us, and she says, are those space pants you're wearing because your ass is out of this world? Whoa, cheese. That's a block of cheddar right there. That's a block of cheddar. That was some cheese. Big block of cheddar. Janice is with us. Good to see you. So maybe I'll share my epic moment. And some of you may have remembered, I've shared it one or two times at least over the years with the Playboy centerfold, like no joke. And not even like, I don't even know. Do they do that now? I know for a while that magazine, they ended it and maybe they went back to it. But I'm talking about like your dad's Playboy, okay? Where the girls were still totally epic. They weren't like covered in tattoos and piercings and looked like they had been, run hard and hung up wet, when they were still pretty damn epic. So let's go ahead and get into the deboosting. And let's see here. Drop that and that. Close, my friend. Close. Okay. I was on the Twitter, the X, the other day, and I had been sent a tweet by Kanye West. He was continuing his tantrum. You all might know that during the Super Bowl, he ran a $5 million advertisement, local one in Los Angeles, 5 to 8 million something, and in Los Angeles. And it literally was this ghetto clown holding his iPhone over his face as he's sitting in a dentist chair. And he says, I spent all the money for the commercial on my teeth. And then he's literally, it's not like it's set up in a studio. He's literally in the dentist chair, and he smiles, and he has, like some idiots do, in wrapping circles with the teeth. And then he says, several times, and then he mumbles, go to, and his website. On his website, he had taken off all of the items that were for sale, except for a t-shirt with a swastika on it. Totally imbecilic. His business partner, his longtime business partner, a black guy, McKinney or something is his name. He left him after that. He said, sayonara. And he was off. But so I went over to his Twitter account, and I looked at the tweet that was one down from the top, and then closed that. Then I clicked on the one at the top, and I could read what it, like you can read where it says, okay, it's first sentence, maybe the beginning of the next sentence if you got a space. Clicked on that, and as soon as I clicked on it, this account doesn't exist. I immediately, it had literally just happened, because it was only a second it took me to read that first line from opening the second down, reading it, closing it. It was only a couple of sentences, clicking on the next one. So how much quicker could you be than me? Maybe. I guess there's also the possibility that my region was receiving this information later than maybe another region or something like that. But so I immediately tweeted, and he's gone. Boom. I put it out there. I added the hashtags yay and either Kanye West or something like that. I added the hashtags, because this is what Grok tells you to do. This is what all of the social media advice tells you to do over all of the years. You got to be, if you're first and you got some hashtags and everything, it's going to go. It's going to get legs, right? Boom, I get it out there. And then I commented on it as well, because it said, comment on your own tweet. I commented, and I said, well, maybe he was watching the show, because it was only a couple hours after we finished Sunday's show that he did this. So maybe he was watching the show, and it put him into such a state, and he was just like, no, I can't even get the respect of those white supremacists, because he doesn't know what we're all about. And so he's there crying, his head's bent over, and he's hating life, right? And then he decides he's going to end it all because the white well-being people don't like him. And he shuts it down. Part of his tantrum, he shuts it down. I 2 tweets added to my original like that. Well, 31 minutes later, I saw that Libs of TikTok had also tweeted about Ye quitting on X. And I tweeted that because there was such a difference. I said, she tweeted this 20 minutes ago. I tweeted it 31 minutes ago. She has 130,000 views. I have 800 views. Fair. That's what I wrote. Now, obviously, I'm aware of the fact that she has several million followers. There's still a discrepancy, though. Even though she has several million followers, a far larger percentage of her followers are immediately seeing what she tweets. And by the way, she's always recommended, fine young Jewish lass that she is. She's always recommended to everyone and everybody for all time on X. And yours truly, not so much. Not so much. So I thought, of course, she's going to have more views than me. But I mean, in the first seconds of her tweeting it, she had more views than me. Something's not quite right about that. I mean, do you follow what I'm saying here, the logic here? 20 minutes later, 130,000. That means that in seconds, she had more than 800 views. How is that even possible? I got 30,000 plus followers. How is that even possible? Well, some other people decided to chime in and say like, hey, Jason, well, she's got a few million people. And I'm like, I know. Found another account. And I knew exactly the community to look into. The frog people. Because if you are on X and you attack Jews, you attack Israel, which is really to attack Israel is to attack all Jews. You're attacking Israel, you're attacking Jews. That's how it's interpreted. I mean, you look on the college campuses, right? You look at what happened back in Colombia when these people showed up and they're like, these individuals who are pro-Palestinian said, we're just being critical of Israel, the country, not Jewish people. And they were like, bullshit. It's all Jewish people, right? So I went right to, as I've told you all, what happens on X is that Elon has clearly made an agreement, 100% made an agreement back when the ADL put the pressure on him to isolate the anti-Jew spurgs on X and to get their data. If you think he's not in your phone and finding the location, you're a fool. They're doing it all. So he agreed to do that, and I'm sure he hands that information over to the ADL. Or maybe it was an agreement with the ADL, and he hands the information over to the feds, and then they give it to the ADL. Whatever it is. But he agreed because you can't elsewhere be promoted, boosted, being a anti-Jew spurg. And yes, of course, there are anti-white Jews. But you can't be boosted on any other platform like you can on X for doing that. So I decided I went over to the frog people community and within 1 second found an account. 1 second found an account. So I wrote back to one of the people who were critical of my comparison with Libs of TikTok. I said, I agree, Libs is not the best comparison, but it was a start. Another account I might share on Wednesday Roll-In has 25,000 subscribers, followers. 25,000. Remember, I have 30,000. 25,000, 30,000. That person, one of the frog people with 25,000 followers, tweeted the news about Ye maybe just a few minutes after I did. So can you imagine? I showed up and it was total chance. These people love Ye. They were probably just like, click, 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 click. Is there anything new? Is there anything new? To be able to catch it that fast. How sad. All right. But that's where, that's where these people have fallen. So just like maybe within a few minutes after me doing it, at that moment, which was like a couple hours now, a few hours after I had tweeted about it, and that person had tweeted about it, that person had 33 plus thousand views at that moment. I had 1,600 views at that moment. So I pointed out to this individual that said, hey, Libs is a bad comparison. I pointed out that 33 plus thousand, the exact number, is 132% of that person's follower count. Whereas 1,600 is only 5.33% of my follower count. So what's happening on X? I mean, it's clear. It's over. There's no doubt at all. I mean, there was no doubt before, but it's worse than you can imagine. There's no doubt at all. Here you have a person, friend, froggy, all of this sort of childish bullshit, retweeting the right people, supporting the right people, the right content creators on X, and your tweets are boosted, and I've showed this, boosted beyond your follower count again and again. I've gone down their tweets, and it's like every third tweet is 4 times, 8 times, 15 times their follower count in views. So it's a done day. It's a done deal. It's the game over. It's done. That's if you are slandering the shit out of Jews in Israel. If you are white positive, if you care about ending the victimization of white people, Elon Musk deboosts the ever-living shit out of you. I mean, look at this. 30+ thousand followers, 5.33% of them see my tweet. See it. The comfy and the friend and the froggy and everything, nothing of value in the feed. 132% of the follower count. You know who agrees with me? And this might, some of you might find it an interesting agreement, but some of you are going to find it very interesting because you are, you want to, I don't know, disparage me. You want to say that, no, that's not true. You just don't produce good content. Oh, Jason, people just don't like you. That's what it is. People just don't like you. They actually just like other people. Like whom? Like Nick Fuentes? Well, what does he think about whether or not you get boosted to the stratosphere when you slander the shit out of Israel and Jews?
It's just true. If you post anti-Israel content on Twitter, it does way better than any other content. I know that because I do it all the time. If you post anything critical of Israel, it's got a way better chance of blowing up on Twitter right now than if you post anything else. Like when I criticize Trump, it gets like 7,000 likes. When I shit on Israel, it gets like 20,000 likes.
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Wouldn't you know it? So it seems that I, once again, have been right all along. What do we do about it? What can you do about it? Unless you're going to betray white well-being, you can't like fake your way into their algorithm, the algorithm of X. You have to be an anti-Jew spurg. And then Fuentes himself says that content to the stratosphere. How? Boosted. Although, just like the comparison I did just now. Otherwise, you're white positive, deboosted on X heavily. In fact, they even ban your advertisements. And you might be thinking, your advertisements, didn't you run ads before the election? And then they were taken out. Remember, we got 5 million before they suddenly put the brakes on them and deboosted an advertisement that I'm fucking paying for. That's how anti-white they are. How did it get to 5? It wasn't the several ads didn't get to 5 million over some long period of time. It was like that. It was like that. People were sharing the ad of Donald Trump, these ads, different iterations of Donald Trump saying there's a definite anti-white feeling in the country, and that can't be allowed either. Time Magazine, April 2024. People were like, holy shit. All of a sudden, X and the anti-whites at X said, oh, we can't have Donald Trump legitimizing the concept anti-white with its usage. So they deboosted advertisements that I was paying for and then just blocked them. I appealed and they just rejected the appeal. Do y'all remember? Still happening. Still happening, I'm afraid. This is the first one I put up. Can y'all see that? Let me look. All right, on the right-hand side of the ad, at the very top, it says, "We speak truth." On the right-hand side, it says, "Woke is code numeral for anti-white." On the left-hand side, it said, "President Donald J. Trump, quote, there is a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed either," close quote. Time magazine, April 2024. I posted this with money behind it, an actual advertisement, not a boosted tweet, an actual advertisement. Immediately, this thing is climbing rapidly on X, immediately. And it goes up to 6,300 views over roughly an hour. And then all of a sudden, something happens. And for the next 20 hours, only 300 more views. Isn't that interesting? Must just be because people don't like me. By the way, when you click on the ad, it just took you to my Twitter account, my X account. Slowed down to 300 over 20 hours after doing 6,300 roughly around an hour, and then halted. So I appealed. And about 10 minutes later, appeal rejected. So I said, all right, you SOBs, I'll make another advertisement and I'll post that. I posted this. "We speak truth." On the right, it says, "Woke is code numeral for anti-white." And then on the left, it now says in this purple splotch, "Trump quote from April 2024, Time magazine about anti-white sentiment in America was in this space, but this ad keeps getting removed because of it." Posted up there, and roughly within an hour, it does 9,000 views, roughly within an hour. And then over the next 18, 20 hours, roughly same time frame, slows down to 200 plus views. So almost 300 views over again, like the next 17, 18, 19, 20 hours. And then blocked. So I appealed. 10 or so minutes later, appeal rejected. So you better believe that when we're done here tonight, I'm going to be running another advertisement. This one is going to be just the verbiage on the right. And we'll see if X will even allow the word anti-white to run by itself without any reference to Donald Trump and Donald Trump legitimizing it. It'll be very interesting. Either will be really interesting and really bad at the same time, if you follow me. Because if X will allow the advertisement to run without people knowing that Trump was legitimizing it, then that's X telling you, that's the anti-whites at X telling you that we know Donald Trump saying anti-white legitimizes it, and we don't want the concept anti-white legitimized. You can say anti-Semitic all day. You can say anti-Black all day. You can say anti-Asian all day. But you can't have that legitimized by Donald Trump. If they allow woke as code numeral for anti-white, or if they don't allow that, I'm sorry, as well, then they are telegraphing that we won't even allow you in an advertisement where you give us money to say this concept anti-white. That's how fucking anti-white X is. So we'll see which direction is it going to be. Is it going to be that anti-white saying, we understand that this legitimizes, Donald Trump legitimizes anti-white and we're not going to allow that to happen? Or are they going to say, we don't even allow the concept at all on our platform? Oh, but do you remember what Fuentes just said? What I've been telling you now for months and months and months about what's going on with X? That white positivity is deboosted. You are deboosted across all social media if you are white positive. What does that tell you? But to varying degrees across other platforms, and wildly the case on X, you are allowed to be anti-Jew. What does that tell you? It tells you that you are allowed to play the villain in the anti-white narrative because anti-whites know that that's a non-starter, that's never going anywhere. That's what that tells you. White positivity, on the other hand, absolutely not allowed. Does anybody else have any answers for what is your favorite cheesy pickup line, or what is your earliest memory? Please tag me as No White Guilt, add Q1 or Q number 2. You don't have to write out the whole question. And then your answer, and we will come back to it. God bless you. Janitor of White Noir is with us. Let's see. No White Guilt. Could you take my advice? Make the ad say, join my stream this Sunday and to see how. Join my stream this Sunday to see how. Just those words by itself, by themselves, let me know. Maybe I will. Blacks showing up with firearms, handguns, shotguns, rifles with magazines at checkpoints. Maybe you all saw this news. Maybe you didn't. Time for you to see that they're not fooling around anymore.
Checkpoint, they is not playing. Straps and they are ready. Checkpoint, and you will be stopped and roll your fucking window down.
We got one coming up.
All right, bye-bye.
Papers, Whitey, papers. Show your papers. Take this opportunity as we get into black people with heavily armed black people setting up checkpoints in, Ohio? Masumik over here saying, wow, on X, you're talking about the deboosting and the censorship of white positivity? I've been saying over the past couple of weeks, give us a like, give us a share, especially on X, where we are deboosted. I've been saying that X, Elon clearly made an agreement with the ADL or maybe the feds about quarantining anti-Jew spurgs on the platform. So he boosts them, and they get to decide by way of the audience the direction the content creators take, because the audience will encourage this direction or that direction, this topic or that topic will encourage the content creators, ignore those content creators, give voice to these content creators. It's full spectrum control over the resistance to anti-whiteness. We should properly call it the resistance against our victimization, because these people are not really identifying anti-whiteism, the vast majority of these content creators. They think they are resisting our victimization by spurging on non-white races. Or that's their claim, at least. Those people I've pointed out get boosted, and we as white positivists are deboosted. And you have no idea how many losers disrespectfully reach out, going back to the first topic about how the white sympathetic sphere, and granted, some of these people are going to be anti-whites who are really just LARPing as white nationalists or what have you. And I know that. Reach out to me and say, oh, no, it's just because people hate you. It's just because you don't have anything valuable to say. It's just because you're ugly. It's just because you're fed. It's just because, and we had it right here. A great demonstration, the proof laid out. And there you have even one of their content creators, one of the most well-known in the fraud community, saying, absolutely, shit all over the Jews and your content soars. He said he knows because he does it all the time. No shit. But then the really pathetic thing is that these people claim that they are the ones who are censored. You can't have tweets. You can't have like 10,000 followers and have a tweet reach 400,000 people and claim that you're censored. You can't have 500,000 followers and claim that you're censored. Give me a break. All right. Land of the Fake, $5 financial gift. I'll read right now over here on Premium Rumble. Jason, how would you respond to a Jewish person who claims to be white? I've answered that question many times to Jewish people. I tell them you're not white. And we both know it. We both know you're not white. And then I point out that if Jewish people are white, then that means white people are Jewish. So can I have automatic citizenship in Israel? No, because that's for Jews. You can be practice Judaism, get citizenship. You can be an atheist, get citizenship. You can practice Catholicism, get citizenship. You can practice Buddhism, get citizenship in Israel. At least, the ear is against the door. So make sure you look into that for yourself. I don't want to be giving anybody wrong information. So in those instances where I point that out, then the first thing they try to do is to claim, oh, well, no, it's a religious state. And then, of course, I point out what I just said about you can be any religion, you could be no religion, etc. Then they get kind of unnerved by that. And then I point out that, hey, you are denying my peoplehood. If you're just trying to say that you could be white one minute and Jewish another minute, you're denying that I have a peoplehood. You don't do that to blacks. You wouldn't do that to Jews. You wouldn't say Jews don't exist because they're just white. So there really is nothing Jewish. That's how I handle it. Great question. I've never had an issue. Normally, I'll make that case, and if the Jewish person wants to just disagree, even though I've won the argument, then we just agree to disagree, and that conversation is ended. But we Westmen, men and women of the West, are a identifiable people. We have different hues. We create different hues of Western civilization. And we often will refer to these as ethnicities, but we are an identifiable people of mankind, just like Jewish people are an identifiable people. So nobody better be claiming that my identity is like a shirt that they can put on or take off, or a hat. White now, not white. White now, not white. I'm sorry. That's not how it works, bro. Thank you for the question, though. Aliens exists, and that was Land of the Fake with that gift and that question. Thank you for that. Aliens Exist said, what would you do at a black checkpoint? I can't even type what I might do. Yeah, let's not type. Let's not type how we might handle it. That's obviously, I would perceive it as a threat to my survival. If there were a bunch of black people out on the road, and if these black people were out in the road, and they're holding shotguns and handguns and rifles with these banana style magazine, I would perceive that as a threat to my life. With all of the anti-whiteism in the world, with the hatred we see coming from with this particular community, the anti-white hatred we see coming from some people like this, that particular community in Ohio, a massively high crime rate. I mean, through the moon, to the moon, to the moon. They're on like the pogo stick of crime rates. I would not perceive that that was going to be a safe, friendly, fair encounter. So what I would do is, if I perceived this early enough, I would just turn around. I wouldn't head that direction. If I found myself in the middle of it, I would try to leave. I would try to leave. I would try to back away. I would try to leave. If they weren't going to allow that to happen, then I would make the decision of survival.
Checkpoint, they is not playing. Straps, and
they is not playing. They strap.
Are ready.
Now, when I first saw this on X, it's making the rounds, and I appreciate, I forget your name, who sent this to me. It's making the rounds, and my first thought was, oh, South Africa, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, and all those checkpoints showing up under color of law, totally illegal, vigilantism, the government, and it was all of these blacks. And remember, we white people had to start moving away from all of these areas because they were setting up these checkpoints. And I thought, wow, how could that in the USA? How could we already have? I mean, are they literally setting up checkpoints and it's just being permitted? But then I discovered it was a special case. Special case, you see. They're going to be allowed to behave this way over in Lincoln Heights, Ohio, one of them neighborhoods that Scott Adams wouldn't move into. But earlier in life, when he was getting the money and the vagina and the praise as an anti-white white guy, shitting on the white race, being anti-white all the time, he would be like, hey, these people are magnificent, but he wouldn't be buying his house in Lincoln Heights. Now, of course, he's red-pilled, and he's like, they're violent as shit. Oh, God, it's amazing. Thank you. Everything's gotten better because Scott Adams, the anti-white, for his whole career, helping out. You remember all of the long videos about how he helped out these black people. He helped out those black people. He lifted them up into the industry left and right, meaning he was actively discriminating against white people, white guys. Who knows what happened to all those white guys that could have been in the industry, entertainment industry, news reporting, etc. Who knows? Scott doesn't care. And all of these people who just want to hate on black people because they're born black, they don't care because they've gotten to the outcome of, hey, Scott now agrees that blacks are awful. Where I smell the roses. Do you smell them? So they set up checkpoints, and I was wondering, I was like, why did they set up checkpoints? What's the deal with checkpoints and all their weaponry? So I found out, and it's funny.
Everyone, I'm Kyle Linsky.
And I'm Paula Toti. We are following breaking news. Neo-Nazi.
Let me just first pause and point out something, anti-whiteism, that I have been identifying when still a child. All the news channels, like 90% of the news channels, they pair a non-white guy, and as often as possible, they make it a black guy with a white woman, or at least what's perceived to be a white woman, every freaking 90% of the time. My whole fucking life, I've had to watch this. No agenda there at all. No anti-white agenda. So what happened? There's a bridge. And a bunch of villain role-playing LARPers decided they were going to get out on this bridge and they were going to fly themselves some swastikas because that does so much good for white people. They were playing the villain out there in their masks, and they had I think an AR-15. One of them had an AR-15, and maybe more than one were armed, but at least one with a rifle and a magazine on it as well. Kind of like the black guy that you just saw in that little video. They decided they were going to get out there and they were going to advance the Adolf Hitler agenda. Going to get out there with their SWAT, and we're so tough. They're so tough. You know, they're playing the villain and the anti-white. That's when you're really doing something, Jason. Don't you know? That's when you're really being real. They're actually doing something. I can promise you, some flippant piece of shit is going to reach out to me and say, they're actually doing something. You're not doing anything. Don't you know that if you want to do something real, you want to ask your victimizer, hey, what am I supposed to dress like? Okay. What's my speech supposed to be like? Okay. What is my flags and banners? What are they supposed to? Okay. What are my placards supposed to say? Okay. Don't you know that that's being a real white man? When you do when you're totally bitched and chumped by anti-whites. That's being a real white man. That's actually doing something real, Jason. When you're totally bitched, when you're sat up there on the street corner looking like a total LARPer from the antique shop, and then the anti-white can pull up in a low-riding Cadillac and get out, hammer you from behind a few times because you're so pimped out. That's doing the real thing. So it gets funnier. This is a faction of the toughest of the tough. You know, Tits Minadeo and the associated group Blood Tribe. Tits. Remember, Tits. He grew tits genetically that he had to have removed. That's why he's John Minadeo. That's why I call him Tits Minadeo. He had them removed. He literally grew tits. That's how tough these guys are. So the Blood Tribe, a faction of the Blood Tribe, and there might be, I don't know the ins and outs. In one of these articles, it said there might be a little tension between these two factions of the Blood Tribe. Nevertheless, these are the really tough ones, you know, these are the tough guys. So they show up on this bridge and they're going to show this black community, folks. They're going to go right out to the black community to intimidate them. They're going to get out there with their swastikas, and they're going to get out there with their placards and their banner, and they're going to scare the shit out of these black people down in this town here. Except the Blood Tribe that was there to scare the blacks ran like children for their U-Haul, throwing their bodies inside. The police having to hold the blacks back. Oh, I could not think of something more ignominious, something more absolutely pathetic than LARPing out there as you are this badass Aryan trooper. You're this badass. You're not doing anything real. They're the real. They're tough. They could show you. You go out there and you're going to intimidate the blacks, and then the police have to protect you from the blacks, and then you run like cockroaches diving into a U-Haul. Please drive.
Nazis bring their message to a busy spot along I-75.
Yeah, demonstrators and a banner were both spotted on an overtown.
This is the police holding back the blacks who are showing up, one right after the other, like right away.
Overpass between Evendale
Look, they're
and
running.
the historically...
Look at them running. These are the tough ones. They'll come for you. You know, they always have those pictures. You know, it's like a skull face. Then there's like this burning red swastika behind, and you're so tough. Here they are running. Yeah, you scared the shit out of them black people. Yep. They said, we're not going outside. You see them Nazis out there.
Black village of Lincoln Heights. There was a swift response there.
And this is obviously absolutely playing Fed operators right here. Probably have people working for the FBI in this organization. We don't know for sure, but this is what happens with these kind of organizations. And saying, hey, you know, if we really want to do something good, we want to go scare non-white people, because the white population, they love that when that happens. They love it when you do that. When white people hear the news that you've gone into a non-white neighborhood with firearms and swastikas and skull masks, they love it. They say, boy, that's strength. This is the show of force, which is really, we call a show of farce.
Local 12's Paige Barn has been in that area this afternoon and joins us now live with the latest. Paige.
Yeah, hey guys, the protesters have since cleared out, as well as the counter protests.
Right behind her here was that video that you were just watching where the blacks had set up the checkpoint.
Just before 3, right behind me on this overpass, as you mentioned, there were about 13 people who were dressed in black, waving a white supremacist flag, and some of them had swastikas as well as carrying rifles on them. Now, shortly after, a counter protest of Lincoln Heights residents say they chased the protesters away, took the flag from the bridge, and burned it. Hamilton County Sheriff's deputies tried.
They literally took their swastika flags from them. That is how badass the Blood Tribe is. Tits, Minadeo, and the Blood Tribe, and these Fed Nazis. That is how badass they are.
To disperse the residents, but they made their way to a Jeep they believed belonged to one of the white supremacists. They slashed the tires and the windows were punched out. Now, as a historically black neighbor,
you know, it'd be funny if some black guy walked out and he's like, beep, beep. Like, why did you just do that to my Jeep?
Residents add they will not allow hate to come in.
That's what Lincoln Heights is about. You know, you hear a lot of things, but we're a community at heart, and a proud historical African American community. So things of that nature, symbols of that nature, don't stand here. You know, it said, you know, that's a symbol of hate. We're a community of pride and love.
Okay, so the white population, certainly in Ohio, some beyond, are seeing this villain in the narrative, and then they get to see these interviews of, we're a community of love, and you just better not walk down the street if you're white, probably any time of day, but certainly at night in that neighborhood. Although I could be wrong. I've not been to that neighborhood. I did look at the crime stats. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. But this is what everybody gets to see at home. This is the consequence of these TARDIS actions.
We're working to find out if anyone was arrested. Hamilton County Sheriff's deputies were here. Evendale, Woodlawn, Reading, as well as Cincinnati Police Departments were here as well. Live in Lincoln Heights, Paige Barnes, Local 12 News.
All right, Paige, thank you for that update there. And new tonight, the Cincinnati NAACP is
of course
responding to this display.
Okay. Well, what did they say?
Quote, "We will hold strong in our commitment to the unity and respect for all people of all ethnicities, religions, gender, age, and sexual orientation. It is well known that people receive messages and actions in different..."
NAACP, you can see how it is just another animal of anti-whiteism. The NAACP, they never talked about different genders and all of that before. It's just anti-whiteism marching forward.
Manners, the current executive orders and actions have angered many and emboldened others. This is not normal and should not be accepted as such.
Yep, total propaganda. What are your thoughts on that? I'll take a look at your comments, and we're going to get into the Super Bowl. So many interesting things happening. This anti-white fest, the Super Bowl. Samuski says there is no neighborhood in America where a black person has to fear for their life. You cannot say the same in reverse and not invoke derisive laughter. That's anti-whiteism for you. Absolutely 100% correct. Samuski is a brilliant gentleman and a great champion going free, really imbibing and living the dialogic. God bless you, brother. Who else is here? Doom is here. Definitely a Fed psyop, says Doom. Yeah. I mean, these people, some of them are going to be like actual idiots that they get drawn into and they end up participating. And we talk about that in Go Free, the practice about how and why people get rolled up in this sort of thing. And we talk about it on these streams all the time, which, by the way, take this opportunity to give us a like and give us a share, a reshare. You could quote, tweet, and share, etc. on whatever platform you're on. We need that to happen, or otherwise people are not going to hear about white positivity. I just showed you the damning for all time reality that there is nowhere we can go to advocate for white well-being without being massively deboosted. And on this X platform, most shocking, the deepest deboosting. They won't even take my money at this point if I'm saying anti-white or pointing out that Trump said there's an anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed either. So we need you to do that. We need you to participate. Otherwise, though, you have people who were guys who were in prison and they're given an opportunity to have time out of prison as long as they participate in this sort of nonsense. Heard all of these kinds of stories over the years. And then, of course, you're going to have, as you've seen with the abduction scheme several years ago, as you see in so many of these, the majority of the participants are either narcs, so it's a civilian who is working with local law enforcement, the feds, different branches of the feds, and also even federal agents themselves, undercover, FBI, undercover, etc., right in the middle of the group. And it's interesting. It's like this act was carried out right when Trump is rocking and rolling, and it would be for anti-whites an opportunity to make the argument that, hey, Trump getting into office and Doge cleaning up these roles of the absolute, the malfeasance, the criminality, the waste, the fraud is beyond people's imaginations. Of course, here we talked about it all the time. Elsewhere, people are freaking out like they had no idea any of it. Maybe they didn't. And it would be a great story, a potentially great story for the media to pick up. But this is how you can understand how these things happen. And there isn't an overarching controlling mechanism for every little bit in piece, because this story is not being picked up like it could be. You could have people in the FBI, for example. Let's just surmise that someone in the FBI or people in the FBI decided, you know what would be a good story for the media to potentially pick up is our Nazi boys showing up at a black neighborhood and scaring them. Now, maybe the Fed guys involved, they didn't think about the blacks showing up to run them off. But the video of the Nazis showing up and then the media being able to say that white people, this hate is emboldened by Donald Trump and his president. But it demonstrates to you that potentially anti-whites could activate a group like this in the hope or the expectation that the media would pick it up, but they don't have like orders being passed down so that the media knows that they're going to do this. And then the media will definitely write stories on it from coast to coast. These people can decide that the media will probably pick this up. This would be a good thing for our anti-white cause, and carry it out without the media coming to the conclusion, which of course is plural, without the media coming to the conclusion that, and not an individual as well as what I'm saying, or not an individual company, coming to the conclusion that, yeah, let's run with that. They're scaring away. Maybe the media would have made it national or even international news if they had carried out their demonstration and then fled and they weren't ran off by the local black people with firearms. Maybe the media took a look at that, the anti-whites there, and said, no, we're going to stay away from stay away from that story. Black people showing up and taking over streets with firearms might scare white people. We don't want to attract people to that. Who else do we have here? Hope someone can get your books to, who is that? Oh, Arania. There's a lot of subject matter there. I would ship a bunch of them there on my dime if we knew that they were going to take them, read them, and apply them. If we knew that there were people there in Arania that were like, we're trying to apply this, we're trying to use Go Free, we're trying to see the world in a white positive way, so that we are psychologically empowered with a morality that allows us to always act in our own defense without recourse to abstractions. Like, I mean, I just heard the other day somebody from Arania using abstractions to justify their existence. I was like, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So if I knew that they were studying, I would send. But without knowing that there is people out there who are really trying to imbibe the material and to spread it in Arania, then sending materials there, who knows? They just get thrown into a fire to keep them warm. I mean, white people would do stuff like that. But that was from Machiavellia's Socks is here. Good to see you, brother. Question number 2, and I was 3. These are the questions of the day. And we're going to be getting into the Super Bowl, and we're beginning in the Super Bowl with the Black National Anthem. But before that, we have says for question number 2 of the day, I was 3, tried making hot milk for my cereal. Wow. You were advanced, my friend. Tipped it in the kettle, started boiling. My dad burst in, assessed the crime scene, and delivered a swift slap of justice. And then what? Dot never eat cereal. Said like a hashtag, don't eat cereal. Based? Real? I'm having the Zoomer Tourette's. Based? Real? True? True? Henry is here. Good to see you, brother. Would you count as Saxony? Since everybody in the scene hates hackers and trolls, that CEO can now claim the moral high ground. And was this for something else you had started earlier? High ground and victim status. Had they only used white positivity instead. Absolutely. Will you kind of Saxony gets it? Do you get it? There's been an incident today. Some free software hosting, and this is the context, hosting site that's favored by AWs got attacked by far right trolls. The CEO released a statement in favor of white erasure. Wow. Thank you for telling me that news. I had not heard about that. I'll have to look for it when we're done here. Azimuth Clark chiming in saying, Ohio is anti-white hell in urban areas. I can only imagine it's even more anti-white now. And I can underscore what you've just said. Many years ago, when I was living a couple times up and in and around the area, I was able to make it into Ohio. And yes, I concur, my brother. Although I don't think I was ever in this area. We are not allowed to defend, ? The anti-whites at X know this and enforce it, says Samuski. We have Danunaki says, hey, Jason, you should get the America First lawyer to sue X for discrimination. Is there an America First lawyer, like a person? You talking about Steven? I don't think they would. No, that's America. X is their buddy. Yeah, X is their buddy. It's their friend. If you want to respond to any of the questions, question 1 or question 2 of the day, make sure you tag me. I don't want to miss it. Don't think that I'm ignoring you. There are the questions again. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt, because otherwise I am likely to miss your comments. Put Q1 or Q2, whichever one you're answering, or both. For white well-being is with us. Amen. To the words earlier on respect. Yeah. No respect in the white sympathetic sphere at all. And if that doesn't change, then there's no hope. Danunaki, I would have followed and retweeted, but they permanently deactivated my account for life, which I don't know why. And they just ignored my request for discovery. No response. From X, you mean? Wow. Get a new phone and see if you can make it work through there. Great to see all the champions. The Tree Godfather speaking truth. He's slapping over there, folks. He's slapping. He says we should have millions of followers. It's my Tourette's. My Tourette's. Shit! Mupka. Ado says only Quasar 77 or Quasar 77 only had the term anti-white on his video thumbnail. It turns out he didn't actually say it in the video. That's all right, man. If he put it on the thumbnail, he's walking in the right direction. That's where we want white people's feet pointed. No worries, man. No worries. All right, let's keep moving. Skibbity. Skibbity. Mestizo Carp. That's right, man. When the Zoomer Tourette's kick in, when the Zarettes kick in, let's pull this up on the screen and keep it rolling. Now, I don't know. I'm going to have to pay close attention. I haven't had an opportunity to watch other people. I know Mestizo Carf sent me a sent me a video of Harry Robinson, and because he used anti-white in his, I guess he was assessing, viewing the halftime show, but I didn't get a chance to watch, and I haven't had a chance to watch other people's reviews of commercials or halftime. And have people been able to show these things? I'm going to try. We are reviewing, so that's lawful. We'll see what they end up saying. This is Aliens Exist over here. What did I miss of you guys chatting? Keeping my eyes open for your comments. God bless you. God bless you. It's Valentine's Day coming up. I should have had a Valentine's question, but I did. Is that for Null? Is for Null in the house? And so is Arden Party. And Revolutionary Frog is here. Good to see you all. Good to see the champions. And I'll take a look at let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to keep my eye on the dashboard over here in case YouTube wants to have a problem with a legal review of portions of commercials and not the game itself, but here we have at the very beginning, of course, we now have this spectacle of a black national anthem. Let them have their own national anthem. Let's make more dividers. They can have the black national anthem. Let's have a Hispanic anthem Let's let Hispanics all speak Spanish and not English. And I don't want to homogenize everybody in America because it makes it harder to see the differences. It's reason why you have people who will say that, well, no, if you take a black child and you just rear them up, then they can create Western civilization. No, you can't, dipshit. That's not how it works. And history should be able to pinpoint that for you. What kind of civilization have black people created? Black civilization. Never have they created Western civilization. Never have white people created black civilization. Cosmically, one's not better than the other. It's just animals with souls, if you believe they have them, projecting their instincts into the world. That is what culture is in its aggregate. So no, you can't. Another race cannot recreate another race. We could imitate, and in small enough numbers, surrounded by the majority people, we could imitate it forevermore as a tiny percentage of the population. But we can't make what they make, and they can't make what we make. So here you have the black national anthem. Let's take a quick look. You have a heavyset black woman. I mean, talk about the casting. Is right out of a Hollywood flick. There you go. You have that massively diverse group of singers here. You can honestly say the meme pathogen diversity here, it works. Because what does diversity mean? It means that there are no white people. It doesn't mean that there is a wide array of different groups of people and different opinions and different et cetera. No, this is totally diversified. There are no white people. The literal definition, the applicable definition that is in people's minds. There you have it. A diversified choir. There you go. She's like a Jesus figure. Jesus is now female and black. She's out there in this like white flowing. I mean, can you see these halftime shows in the future? This is, by the way, the Super Bowl. The importance of the Super Bowl for America is like, this is the soul and spirit of America. The Super Bowl is watched by an incalculable number of people, it seems, around planet Earth. And it is like America is on display. That is what the Super Bowl is. America on display. Taxpayers pay for the stadiums. They pay, in the final analysis, all these multimillionaires, billionaires who own teams, they end up offloading the cost. They socialize the cost of road construction and the stadiums and the electricity that's run and the water that is run and the trash disposal that they of those costs. And they privatize the profits. It's a great little scam. But this is like the spirit of America. Now, what is the spirit of America? Literally, honestly, it is only in white people. This is the fraudulent, the counterfeit spirit of America. This is anti-white America. And I think maybe I'm wrong in saying, but I haven't watched reviews, but over the years, I really haven't seen people talk about the Super Bowl in this way. It is the spectacle of the spirit of America broadcast to the totality of the world. More people see this in 5 minutes than have watched anything about our space programs or moon landings or anything like that. All white people, that stuff will never be shown again, by the way. All right. She's got a very pretty voice, right? But here it is, the spirit of America, black people. And they are so, and you ever questioned over the years that I said that they were angelized? You can't be more angelized, the opposite of vilified. You can't be more angelized in a narrative than to be the only race to get their own anthem. I mean, technically, America's is ours. Is the white races. Technically, it's ours. We allow good people of all races to participate, but that's because of how wonderful we are. We never get thanked for that. But that's because of how wonderful we are. But here you have the angelized group. This is America. I mean, The whole spectacle is pretty much, and increasingly over the years, a worship and a celebration of the black race. Look at their musicians. Look at their singers. Look at how moral they are. Look at their athletes. Look at their coaches. Look at how just such amazing people they are. In fact, over the years, I remember all the way back when I was a child, and I asked, this is while I was still in elementary school, and I asked the adults, why is it? And I was totally, innocent, totally naive. Nobody was telling me this. I didn't have like white nationalist parents or anything like that. I was just observing and maybe foolish enough to ask. Many of you have the same phenomenon because you had blind sight, just like I had blind sight. At that time, I had blind sight for white positivity. Hadn't been working on it yet. And I said, why is it? I asked several adults over a few year period, leaders in scouting, at school, why is it that every time they talk about humanity, like if they're showing a video in school or on television and they get to the point where they say humanity, it's always black people? I was like, they're more than just black people that are humans. I was just an innocent kid wondering, what the fuck is this? And that still goes on today. That was all those years back. All right, putting the truth to all of these short-memoried and Johnny-come-latelys, these entrants that are suddenly like, well, it just started 10 years ago. It just started 15 years ago. Shut up. This is where the respect should come in. Like when I was having a conversation with the Tree Godfather over DM. When I first got into this, like into the white sympathetic sphere, 18, 19, getting started, I gave respect to the people who had been in it forever and what they knew and the wisdom they accumulated. Even when, as I was participating and going to different meetings and conferences, I was like, you know what? I think that's really wrong. I think that's not very smart. And I still gave them respect. Even when I would ask questions, I would say, don't you think it would be better if like this? And they would say like, no. And I would like, okay, I wouldn't do like these people today. It's saying, okay, Archangel is with us. That means everything is good and we can keep rolling. So there you have the angelized race. Totally diversified, grew. Okay, they don't look very happy right there, though. I don't know why that is. I mean, you think you would be. If you were a member of the angelized race, you'd be happy. But it's so hard on them, and you get to learn about how hard it is at halftime, which is quite the spectacle, as it always is. What did you think it would be? Kendrick Lamar comes out, and there's a connecting story. I like to do this for you all because we're teaching here in the Church of the West. Take the opportunity to give a like if you haven't yet. It's not for my benefit. I've been selflessly doing this for decades. I can't live off any of this money. There's nowhere near enough money to live off. So I'm not doing this for a living. I'm not doing this for, I am slandered. I'm hated. I am out there with my real identity. You give a like, it's not for me. It's to help get white positivity to as many brothers and sisters. You give a share. That's what we're doing here. You have Kendrick Lamar that shows up, and he's another disgruntled rapper. Another, everything is so hard in the West for us black peoples. Yet again, perfectly in tune with the anti-white narrative. I want to point out before I show you any of this, that you are going to see, this happens every year. So maybe you already saw it, maybe you haven't, but every single year when it comes to the Super Bowl or when it comes to any big spectacle where they have anti-whites of various races, so it can't even be white ones, and they're speaking or they're preaching about how hard the world is for non-whites and these other privileged groups, like the genders and the etc. how difficult it is. You will see conservative content creators that will think they are owning the anti-whites by saying, oh, this is so trite, it's so lame, it's trifling, it's been done, so I'm so bored with it. They think that they're owning the anti-whites, and they'll make these baseless claims that it's almost over. The anti-whiteism is almost over because I started looking at this 12 years ago, and this is where they were, and they've been doing it. So this fad is about run its course. You know how many times I've heard that? Thousands, it feels like. Maybe literally thousands of times, either reading it or hearing it in speeches, hearing it on videos. It's not about to be over. It's not a fad. It's a narrative that is perpetuated by anti-whites. It doesn't go away until we defeat it. It's always going to be, so for my cuck brothers and sisters out there, it's always going to be the 11th hour for the existence of non-white people in their fight against the evils of the white race. It's a fucking narrative, for God's sakes. This is why it's so important for people to hear my voice, to hear what I have to say. It's always going to be that white supremacy is on the rise, and that victimization of non-white people and privileged classes is on the rise. It always is that way. It doesn't get old. It doesn't end until we defeat it with a superior white positive social morality. And that's what we do with the Go Free Dialogic. So Kendrick Lamar comes out. I never heard of this. But just another filthy, stinking rich black guy, totally oppressed, filthy, stinking rich, because he raps, because he, what? Another filthy, stinking rich black guy. How many of them? 6% of the population in the United States. And then you have to subtract the ones who are in jail, just got out of jail, just going into jail, our children, and our senior citizens. And then how many are you left with? And six-figure jobs, multimillionaires. I mean, everywhere you look. So this guy's being kept down. Now, the beauty of he comes out there and he literally throws the gauntlet down with the 40 acres and a mule, a multimillionaire who is being celebrated. And where did his money come from? The vast majority of it, white people. Not only is it white people buying the trash, but the non-white people buying the trash are doing so with income created by white people in economies created and maintained by white people. So this anti-white POS wouldn't have a fucking dollar if it weren't for white people. He has millions of them, though. Mansions, white women, everything under the sun. And so does shit tons more of them. All because of white people. The electricity, the technology, the stadium itself, the transporting of the fans to this environment. You can go on and on and on, all because of white people. And he comes out there and he throws the gauntlet down. Where's our 40 acres and a mule? Now, they don't just want 40 acres and a mule, of course. No, they want billions. If you hear these conversations of anti-white blacks and their attendant and supportive superstructure of anti-white white people and anti-white Jewish people and etc., you hear them talk about the word billion over and over with an S, plural on the end, billions and billions, as though they haven't had far and away more than that. People who never suffered a day of slavery or oppression or any of these other from people who never did oppressing, who never inflicted any injury, as though they haven't already live in large. It never ends. Why? I just told you. It's the anti-white narrative. So there's no use in getting into the weeds and the muck and the mire and the mud with people inside the anti-white narrative and say, but, slavery was 150 years ago. But, all the black people in America today have some ancestry of the masters. But, on and you could do that forever. You're never going to succeed. You have to get out of this anti-white narrative. That's why the practice is called go free. You're not going free into like another psychic realm. We're not sitting down. And the same people who are like, that's weird, you know, it's kind of archaic because what is that? Some kind of like mysterious, like you're going free. Those same people who talk like that, they literally buy into Psychic Friends Network. They literally buy into orgs over the years that are like, we can liberate you from yours and attain cosmic consciousness, and you can think the thoughts of all lives of all time, and you just think positivity thoughts and they come to you. Meanwhile, the guy telling you, or the girl, it's usually a female telling you this with hairy armpits and a dream catcher in the background, she's telling you you can materialize anything you want from her Pinto. Okay? Those are the same people that buy into that. When we say go free, we're just talking about leaving this anti-white narrative. You are going free of the narrative that victimizes us. You see why so many people need to hear my voice. Make sure they do. He wasn't done there, and we're going to watch just a little bit of it because I don't know how much the NFL will allow us. So you'll just get a taste of what happened. But what does he also do? He literally, in throwing the gauntlet down, a big part of the gauntlet was him saying, the revolution will be televised. The revolution against what? Against whom? Against the West, against the white man. That's what the revolution is. Against the white structures, the white state. This is where a lot of these cucks, they get so hamstrung. They're like, but wait, Donald Trump's staff is like the most female, the gayest, the most foreign of any ever. No shit. It has nothing to do with reality, my cuck brothers and sisters. Nothing to do with it. Take the ball gag out. Come on. Pop that thing out. Take the ball gag out. You could do it later. You could do it later when you're away from me. Take the ball gag out and untie yourself from the whipping stool or whatever the hell it's called. Many of you right now, cucks out there, they're like, how does he know that shit? Holy shit, this guy's good. How did he know I was wearing a ball gag? I don't even know. Take it out of your mouth. Take it out and understand, even when the president is non-white and the whole staff is non-white, even when all the major companies are supporting all of the anti-white privileged groups that are out there, even when they're doing all of that, the Kendrick Lamars will still be saying, the revolution is on. That won't change. It's the narrative, anti-white narrative. You got to get out of it to defeat it. So he says the revolution will be televised. And then he says, here he also says, I should say, that it's the right time, but the wrong guy. Donald Trump sitting there in audience. Unbelievable. The deep disrespect of these people. Right? It's the right time, the wrong guy. Everyone knows he was talking about Donald Trump. So also you'll see, is it Samuel Jackson? And he comes out there. You're going to love this.
Salutations! It's your Uncle Sam.
The Netflix version. The Netflix. So this is the new Uncle Sam. You, of course, remember Uncle Sam, the white guy, the character that came into being, had a lot to do with war effort, as you know. And why was he white? Because we're a white country, because that's us. Except this new America, this anti-white America, there's your new Uncle Sam. And he is there to be like the kindly one, the friendly one. And he's actually in this script of this war against the white race that is, remember, the spirit of America, the war against the white race. And you wonder why you can turn on Japanese cartoons, and I'm not talking about their porn, they're Japanese cartoons, and see anti-whiteism there. See, the villains are blonde-haired. Even when they're ogres, they get blonde hair. It's kind of interesting. The spirit of America broadcast to the world. This is the new anti-white America. Uncle Sam is now black. And he is the kind of go-between. He is saying to Lamar that, hey, you got to mellow it out. White people like it nice and calm and functioning. And at one point in this spectacle, Lamar tones it down. And then he comes back, Jackson comes back, and he's like, yeah, that's what white people want, without saying white people. That's what America wants. Well, he's right about that. America is white people. So he says, that's what the white people want. They want it calm and cool, and it's just moving along. This is all part of the mean pathogen in the anti-white narrative. These are subtexts that run all the way through, from as far back as you can look. And this being the mean pathogen that white people, they just want peace, and they have to be shaken out of, because shaken out of their torpor, shaken out of their somnolence, because the non-whites are suffering. They got to be made aware of it. So what happens? He comes out there and says, well, we need to keep it calm like this. This is how America likes it. And then Lamar goes right back into it and starts breaking the system again, makes it radical again.
And this is the great American game.
My Gemini twin back powering up. No more handshakes and hugs. The energy only circulate through us. Everybody must be judged. But this time, God only favoring us. 20 years in, still got that pen dedicated to.
I can't even understand. This is not music. This is not music. I don't respect your art. I think it's garbage, because it is garbage. It is low IQ. I don't know if Lamar is actually low IQ. Maybe he is, but it's low IQ garbage. He's on a really nice car there, which makes me sick. I mean, my car people can help me with this. Is this a Monte Carlo or is this a Grand National? An epic machine. I'm going to guess it's a Grand National, because that was the one that was much faster, much more robust, much more sporty muscle car, if you will. And it's probably his, or he could buy 100 of them. You know what? You know who will never own a Grand National? Me. Because I'm a white guy with a nosebleed IQ and Germanic features and a mixture of all of the white DNA of planet Earth. And I'm an exceller. I'm an achiever. I hold records everywhere and everything I do. I'm never going to have that. But this, I don't know. Is he probably 80 IQ? Can own a fleet of these. He could have them reproduced. So my car people, jump in if you know.
The hard truth, and he can speak with a vision and tongue. Predicate this.
Look at the wheels on it. This was, both of them were made on the same chassis. And they look very similar. And it's at dark here, so I don't.
I'm carrying heavier hearts right now. Like a power lift with Olympians too. Carrying various darts right now. I deserve this like tiramisu. We go body for body.
Oh my God. And then look. You know what this reminds me of? Does anybody else have a memory from childhood flashing back right now? How about you over there? Do you have a memory from childhood flashing back to you? Yeah, you do. Yeah, yes, you're right. The circus. The clowns are coming out of the clown car, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't bother nobody, but they running by me if I got to clear out the room. You would not get the picture if I had to sit you for hours in front of the room. When I have a soul,
wait a second. That actually sounds like a lot of National Geographics I've looked at. Wonder where the connection is.
Was 10 and brown, but now the 100 and blue. Remember I said on the greatest back when you debated the number 1 and number 2.
Look at that ring. Look at that ring on his finger. Probably worth more than I'll make in my life. And when I'm talking about me, I'm talking about all the white guys like me across all of Western civilization. That's all of us. Because we have all of those similar things going on in our lives because we're white males. I think he might have just shit himself.
The revolution about to be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy.
You just heard it. I wasn't fibbing, was I?
Someone better squabble.
Oh, they're doing the like they're up to fight, you know?
Reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on, honey.
Okay. I can't. I don't care if YouTube will let me. This is such filth. And this is the spirit of America. And therefore, the only superpower in the world, the spirit of all of Western civilization. This is it now. And it's been this way for generations. Look backward in time, and you can see it overcoming all of the old norms and all of the old ways. More and more, it's a purified. Don't take any one Super Bowl or championship and focus too closely at it. See the broader picture. See how our norms and people are being white erased and replaced by everything anti-white. It's not even, a great point to make here. It's not even blacks who are just black. Maybe they love America, right? Maybe they contribute to America. No, it's anti-white blacks. It's anti-white white people. It's anti-white Jews. I don't think there was more to. Oh, but the other thing I wanted to say about it was he turns this into, and we're going to get into the commercials. He turns this into, and this is happening more and more across the West as well, takes a personal private feud and makes it public for public consumption. So you see this happening more and more. And this is another norm of the West that's being white, that's largely white erased and continues to be white erased. And that is that like your private, you have a public space and a private space. In the public space, you have very high standards for everyone. It's got to be this way. We all strive because we're all striving for a set of ideals, a set of virtues. In the private sphere, you can fall short. So that's where your personal feuds are. That's where your private feuds are. But you see more and more of this private feud put on public display. And now it becomes America's business. So this Lamar has and I don't know, is that his real name? This Lamar is having a feud with some other filthy rich rapper called Drake. Is that his real name? I mean, I knew a white guy with the last name Drake. But with some filthy rich other black guy, because they're all so oppressed in this anti-white narrative, called Drake. And he puts that on display. Apparently it's a song. I don't know anything about it. I read about that he was rapped songs about this feud with this person called Drake, other multimillionaire, put on display. And what I want to do is I want to show you how it's not just how this is an anti-white phenomenon. It's not just in rap circles. Here you have Nancy Mace. She's currently the cause celeb. They love her. We've talked a lot about her. We don't love her. But the right wing, the anti-white right, loves Nancy Mace. She was a destructive force in white civilization. She broke into the Citadel. She made them take her. I don't think she was the first, but she was the first to graduate. They destroyed that white male space. I think they had already allowed some non-white guys in there as well, but it was a white male space. We created it. We built the Citadel. We created the concept of it. We built it. It was 100% white when we made it. When we started filling the shelves with the books written by our authors, etc., adorning the walls with the paintings painted by our authors, crafting the building with the designs created by white architects. And then, because of anti-whiteism, and in part there were white people who were saying, hey, maybe we should let these, the next step for some of these people. We should let them participate in the Citadel as well, some of these non-white people. She busted into it. She's very proud of that. We played weeks back now a video of how proud she was that she destroyed that space as a Western white male space. Do you remember? And that was her defense against her critics, anti-whites out there, other anti-whites, because she's anti-white on the right, who were saying, how dare you object to women with penises using your bathroom, like Sarah McBride. It was a big issue over Sarah McBride coming in, first trans female, so a woman with a penis using the bathrooms. And Nancy came out and said, no, I've been destroying Western civilization for a long time. I've been a feminist, which is, of course, a subset of anti-whiteism, destroying Western civilization for a long time. And here's the listicle of all the things I've done to destroy this. So I'm a good person. What moral metric are they measuring her goodness by? The anti-white immoral imperative. That's how she demonstrates she's a good person. Everyone should be hearing what I have to say. You should be sharing and liking. You should agree with me that everyone should hear what I have to say here and what you have to share. Nancy Mace goes into the House and uses up an hour of time in the House in Washington, D.C., Mordor on the Potomac, to take a private feud to a public space and make it America's business. This woman was married. She got a divorce, became a single mother. Was it 2018? And then year and a half later, she's engaged to a new guy. The new guy campaigned for her. And they obviously had sexual relations, this fiancé. They obviously had sexual relations. And then at some point, Nancy here discovered that this guy was on a dating app. His name and or his face or whatever, he was still on a dating app somewhere. And that, of course, infuriated her. He's cheating. He's trying to find another girl while he's engaged to marry Nan here. And I get it. I get that would crush your ego. That would crush. I would be like, this is ended as well. I get it. I understand. But then what did she do? She turned the regret of having been engaged to him and the regret over what she referred to as depraved sex. She turned the regret into claims of rape. So now the regret has become rape. And this is a long, old story in the West, a long and very old, a very long story. And everyone has witnessed it. Women have witnessed other women doing it. Guys have witnessed. It's the scariest thing to a guy out there in the modern West and even generations before we were born, because a female is always right in the West. Something we have to get over. They're always innocent. They're always telling the truth, with such rare exception that it's never to be considered. And males will come at you galore, simping away to attack you, even want to fight you if you say otherwise. Her comments, her tweets and everything are full of lists of women and simp males lauding her like she is Christ, herself, for doing this. So she turned the depraved sex acts that she had with her fiancé into claims of rape. They're now rape. How do I know that they weren't rape then? Well, if she was getting raped by her fiancé and another man rather than participating in a ménage à trois, something that she was willfully doing, she would have gone to the police. She would have broken off the engagement. She would have, there's a number of things that if you are raped, I tell you what, if I've got a friend, if I've got a buddy, let's just say, to make it more accurate, I know a female, let's say I work with her and she drugs me somehow and she rapes me, I'm going to the police. I'm never talking to her again. I'm severing ties. You don't stay in a, not somebody as headstrong as Nancy Mace. You don't stay in a relationship that is culminating in the near future in marriage, participating in depraved acts that you don't want to participate in. Let's be realistic. She literally went on the floor and put the pictures up of these men. I hope they sue the ever-living shit out of her, honestly. They've been convicted of nothing. There's no conviction on them. There's at all. Now, if they are convicted at some point in the future for actual rape, then they'll be rapists. But I'll tell you what she says here, accuse her ex-fiancé and his business partner of committing depraved sexual crimes against her. So let's just be realistic. This kind of, I mean, you heard that thing from, what was the guy's name in the wheelchair? They kicked him out of government real fast. Remember, they went and they got the video footage to smear him. It was the guy in the wheelchair that's super handsome. And they went and they got that video of him on a ship or something, and he like put on a bra or something as part of a joke. And he was coming out to tell everybody, hey, all these people, even the Republicans, are all like having sex with each other, and there are sex parties, and there's all different kinds of sex going on. They got rid of him real quick, didn't they? That's what she was participating in. She got a bruised ego because her fiancé was out there looking for some more ass. So she's turning the regret into a claim of rape and making it America's business. You cannot allow, this again is another indictment against women in leadership roles. You cannot allow the half of the human species, female, that are dominated by emotion to be in leadership positions. You just can't. And we all know it's true. We've all watched our mothers, our sisters, our females that we know, girls we've dated. Maybe you even have daughters, cousins. You've all watched them lose themselves in total emotionality. That's what's happening here. You can't have that in leadership. So literally using her position to smear and slander, and because of the anti-white poison, the soup that we live in, she's getting massive support from the population instead of condemnation. Who else is speaking out against this aside from me? This is the AP on it. Representative Nancy Mace accuses ex-fiancé and associates of assaulting her and raping her. Meanwhile, by the way, this is the representative who has very large enhanced breasts and always wears skin-tight clothing. So make of that what you will. Nancy Mace, South Carolina, Monday, used nearly hour-long speech in the U.S. House floor to accuse ex-fiancé of physically abusing her, recording sex acts with her and others. And she claims now, without their consent, or maybe it was the others were their consent and she was consenting and conspiring with business associates to act in acts of rape and sexual misconduct. Again, she didn't flee. She didn't go right to the police. She didn't say I was raped, or at a minimum say the relationship is over. She is a mother from a previously failed marriage with 2 children, I believe. She's not like some 16-year-old that's being manipulated by a 25-year-old. This is a fully grown woman who's been through a relationship that's gone bad. If she didn't want to participate in the menage a trois and double teaming and everything else, she would have walked. She was participating from the outside, my conclusion, because she wanted to. Now we're going to play a game. We're going to get into these commercials, but before we do, we're going to play a game. This game is called count the winks. Count the winks, not the blinks. Count the winks. And because these commercials are not only deeply anti-white, but also, we're going to look at a couple of them. Not only are they deeply anti-white, but because they're also deep in unabiding cringe, I give to you some of the deepest cringe ever to exist. Count them winks. Another wink. Here we come.
Kapattın gönlümü senin
Another wink.
Yönünü ümidim görmüyor sensiz önünü takvimler bilmiyor dönüş günü saatler usladı vurmuyor Ayşe.
All right, what was your number? What was your number? I want to hear. How many winks did you count? Can you hear me over the music? There were like 15 winks in that video. If you didn't notice, you'll have to go back and look that every time he got up close to the camera, he would do this almost wink. Like he would get his left eye there almost all the way closed as a wink. I guess maybe in India or Turkey, wherever he is, or Pakistan, a wink doesn't close the eye all the way down. It just almost, and it goes really slow. Samuski, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 winks he counted. Dan says he stopped counting at 5 winks. Ladies, I would like to know from you, how weirded out, what level is the ick on 1 to 10? If this guy in those snazzy slacks and that snazzy shirt he has on with that awesome haircut and mustache, if he's doing that not all the way wink, and he keeps doing it at you, and maybe he touches his chest and then goes like this at you. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is the ick? Dan says he stopped counting at 5. Cindy Ben said she couldn't look because it was too creepy. I'm guessing that's like a creep level of 10. Ivan Zaharable says, wait, is that a female? No, sir. That is a very suave. The suavity in his country is deep within him, my friend. It is deep within him. We got these commercials coming up that we're going to look at. And that might be it, or we might have a couple more things. We'll see how long that takes and how many people are with us. Craig the man says, guys have been brainwashed to think it's masculine to just say, you're right, I'm sorry, as an always go-to. Yeah, you're right about that. And we've got to end it. Because they're not always right. What is forced to be acknowledged is more dignified and worthy in the minds of most. Yeah, you're talking about her pushing their identities out there. Biospirit of the West is still with us. Good to see you, brother. Doom answers question number 1 of the day. Cheesiest pickup line. He says, when you fell from heaven, did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Yeah, that is absolutely cheese. Cheese whiz. Heavy cheese. Question number 2. He jumped off the grandparents' porch earliest memory, jumped off the grandparents' porch thinking he was Superman and broke his nose. Can literally remember consciously debating if I could fly. Epic of you, my brother. Totally epic. Let's get that cringy guy off the screen. We'll see what else you all are saying. Any comments? You tagged me as I was running through there. Cool Papa J Magic. Michael Knowles' take on the halftime show was that it was patriotic. What? What? I mean, is this the Michael? Is this the Michael? He simps for Nala the Ninja whore Knowles. Is that the same Michael Knowles we're talking about here? He called the halftime show patriotic. And we should, quote, take wins that where we can get them. This is loser cuckery, rank loser cuckery that we're up against. Daily Wire's Michael Knowles, Benny Shapiro's Israel First platform. Take the win where you can get it, because wasn't it just so patriotic? There was nothing patriotic about it. The dancers were in some clothing that resembled the American flag when they came together in that way. But then Lamar busts through it and they all scatter. Keeping with the theme that the white people want peace and quiet and civility because that's our norm. That's what we project into the world. And we have to be shaken out of our stupor, shaken out of our sleep, our somnolence. We have to be shaken out of it. So exploding the American flag, that's what I saw. And that's, I would argue, is accurate because that kept with the theme of the rest of the halftime show. You really have to reach deep into your own ass, Michael Knowles, to come up with that bullshit. Auden Parties here. Did you get the design? I DM'd you on Twitter. I haven't seen it yet, brother. I'll take a look, though. Thank you. High Noon is here. High Noon. Good to see you, brother. Henry is here. He says the music industry has degenerated the talent, musical talent of blacks. In the Netflix show, Lucifer, jeez, he says, I don't hate black music, but the rap of yours is trash or something like that. I didn't even hear about that show. Didn't even know of it. High Noon said a little bit earlier, a little bit ago, the dumbing down of America. Yeah, precisely. Adam Price is in the house. High Noon says that he has found that blacks are trying to blackwash and take over white America. We call that white erasure. And a tip to you, if you want to empower yourself in conversation and help us end our victimization, call it the white erasure of our norms, our people, our achievements, our history, our signs, our statues, the names of our institutions, etc. We have to identify that we are the victim of what's happening. Good luck to you, my friend. Something that I was showing, Fornell put up a emoji of poopy. The J-spurging here, but just an example, or not J-spurging, just an example of questioning the mainstream narratives. Well, the mainstream is anti-white, without question. And that's Henry. Craig the Man says anti-whites get paid to white erase white people as well as getting paid to promote that white erasure. Brilliantly written. You're 100% correct. Tree Godfather says that whole show would not be possible without white people technology. Precisely. You can imagine the exact same exhibition without everything that we create, provide, etc. And you know what it would look like? It wouldn't look like it was taking place on this continent. I remember innocently asking my teacher, says Henry, in high school, quote, is it a coincidence that people turned on Jews throughout history? The term, why them of all people? His answer was individual bias. That's what the teacher said to you. Did you have a comeback for that? Yeah, the problem, of course, with picking a scapegoat is that you end up where we are today. So we have to be focused on us coming together, focused on our victimization. The most important thing, identifying how we get to individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. If we're thinking that way, then we will put an end to the white erasure and into the anti-whiteism and into our victimization. That is the only way. What is their argument going to be when something they do like is infiltrated? Craig asked. Well, if you give me a specific example, otherwise they're not. The morality, the social morality of the West is the anti-white immoral imperative. So nothing will infiltrate something that they like. That's like water running uphill. It just can't happen. The social morality is the soup in which everything takes place. It is the physics of the world we live in. Craig says they'll generalize the word people. They won't say white people when saying anything positive. Oh, absolutely. Max and Rob is with us. Lost Pilgrims are with us. Good to find. All the Lost Pilgrims have shown up. Good to see you. Let's keep rolling. Keep tagging me, and I will get to your comments. If I missed it, post again. Tag me again. And we will continue here. We're going to start with an NFL commercial that took place. It's relevant, isn't it? The NFL is deciding so much of what is the Super Bowl, right? So let's have a look at what they had to say in this NFL commercial, shall we? I'm going to keep a watch over here as well.
All right, ready, guys? You guys gotta be loud, though, okay? Let's go! Let's go! Okay, repeat after.
All right. I think it's just going to be dark like that the whole time.
Me.
Yes, sir.
I am somebody.
Somebody.
Maybe if I do this. No, it's not going to let me. So what it is, essentially, you'll see as this progresses, is it's very much, although there are a couple of white kids thrown in, and about half of those are handicapped, it's primarily a black thing. I am somebody. I am somebody. Because when you are non-white, and in particular black in the anti-white narrative, you are always oppressed. You're always told to hate yourself. You're always told you're less than. You're always told you're unimportant. You're always told that you're trifling. You're continually browbeaten for being black. That happens in all the movies, the books, the sitcoms. It happens everywhere in entertainment, which is the world we actually live in, not the real world, because in the real world, they're celebrated everywhere. So this is a product of the anti-white narrative. The black youth have to be told, and again, there are a couple white kids, and about half of them are Down syndrome and retarded and literally retarded and whatever else. But primarily, this is a black thing, and it is signaling what people already know about the anti-white narrative. When I say know, I mean they live it, they believe it, because it's the entertainment, which our subconscious mind cannot differentiate from reality. And we live the majority of our lives in the subconscious mind, 95%. I am somebody. So I want you to contrast this with the reality of what we saw. We saw the video just the other day of the little white boy who hates himself so much for being white. He was trying to wash away his very essence in the bathroom sink. Somebody had retweeted my tweet about the little white girl up at the camera, whispering to the camera about how much she hates being white. We've seen over half a dozen of these videos of white children and heard of many, many, many more and read of many more cases. And we've experienced it ourselves, learning how evil our people are and that evil is communicated genetically in our essence from generation to generation. How do we know? Because we have to make amends for it. So it's obviously inherited. We have to make amends for it. We have to, and you can say as a cuck, but Jason, we should just tell them that they can't have it both ways. They can't have it as genes don't matter, but then genes determine your guilt. And yes, they can, because both outcomes are anti-white. So superficially, it looks like there's hypocrisy and contradiction. But when you know what's actually happening, you see that this is perfectly harmonious in the anti-white mind. Both outcomes end up at anti-white conclusions. It makes perfect sense.
Be young.
I may be young,
But I am. Somebody.
I may be small,
But I am.
You also see in this video, as per the anti-white narrative, you see that these are, I think there is at least one white guy saying the I am somebody, but you see a lot of this, the black male is the caregiver. He's the lover. He is and this is the anti-white narrative. He loves the children. He takes care of the children. Even your white retarded kids, literal retarded. I'm not using that as a way to disparage or badmouth. So that's another one of the mean pathogens that you're seeing in this commercial.
my clothes are different. My face is different. My hair is different.
That's one of the ways that you know right there that they're talking really primarily to blacks, because blacks have, not every one of them, this kinky hair, and it's unusual relative to the rest of the world's population. And so my hair is different. Different than what? See, that begs the question. When you are an actual thinker of what's going on in our world, mind you, I've been doing this for decades, and going back to the beginning of the roll-in, slandered by people who have thought about this for 6 months, a year, 5 years, and they give it very little time. They come in and they contradict me. They say, no, it's not that way. No, it doesn't mean that. How about you shut the fuck up and learn? Shut your mouth and learn. So you have the meme pathogen of the black guy is recurring here again, the caregiver, the protector, the nurturer of children. I am different begs the question. Different from what? Different from what? From the white norm. Different from the white norm. Different from that white norm and the imperative to be uniform, to be in harmony. Different from, I am different. I am not the white norm. Every one of this, everybody listening to this right now have experienced this meme pathogen since they were children, because it goes back well beyond that. This is the counter culture. What is it a counter to? This is the modern, a modern meme pathogen of counterculture. You are different. You're not like them. You're not like the norm, the white norm. You're burning that down. You're breaking that down. You are somebody.
But I am. Somebody.
I must be respected.
I must be respected. How many times we got to hear that?
Protected. Never rejected.
But I am. Somebody.
I am. Somebody.
All right. That's about enough of it. I don't know how much we're allowed to watch. It just goes on like that all the way to the end. Let's see. Yeah, if they have if they have a black guy to show them the way, then they can be somebody. So there you have it. There's your first commercial that people got to see. They got to view as part of the American spirit during the Super Bowl Tag me with No White Guilt if you have any comments on any of these things that I'm sharing. Next up is a Nike commercial. Now, what do you think is going to be in this Nike commercial? Apparently, Nike has not aired a commercial during the Super Bowl since 1988. I don't know if that's accurate or not. You can tell me if I'm wrong. But they decided to make a comeback. Says, my hair is different. What the hell? Fernald points out accurately what we call from normal. Us, our norms. How long have you been browbeaten by anti-whites with the meme pathogen? What's normal? And you didn't have an answer for that. Well, now you do in this community. Normal is our norms. That's normal for us. So leave them the fuck alone. That is our projection into the world. That's what normal is for us. Do not, if you attack our normal, you're attacking me personally. That's the response to people who say, what's normal? If you allow that to become an abstraction, you can't defend it. Like the conservatives. You try defending it the way the conservatives do. And that's how we got to where we are today. That's how we got to where so many conservatives are so anti-white today. For the vast majority of cucks, they don't have an answer for that. For some of them, they'll say, well, normal is what keeps society functioning in a way where there is law and civility, and it's just a general thing, and it can change over time. And where did that get us? The world needs to be hearing what I and we, this community, have to say. Hyperborean dream. He's dreaming. Hyperborean dream. Juliet says, true. That sickening display wouldn't be possible without white men's technology. But far worse, in my opinion, it wouldn't be continued all these years without white cuck participation. Exactly. And the cucks are increasingly anti-white, but there are hardcore anti-whites that facilitate the white erasure. Well said. All right. What was that final count on the winks? Was it 5 or 6? Let's watch. Nike. How anti-white is Nike?
You can't be demanding. You can't be relentless.
Ooh, yeah.
You can't put yourself first.
Okay. You already know. 3 females. You can't be demanding. You can't put yourself first. What is this? It's the subset of anti-whiteism called feminism. Where does this take place? Where women are all told they cannot do, they cannot achieve, where does that happen? For Christ's sake, they had take your daughter to work day telling little girls 50 years ago that they can do anything. That's how anti-white the West was 50 years ago. Here you have 2025. Why hasn't it changed? Because it's a narrative. They take fictionalized reality. They take parts of reality that work in their narrative. They reject the vast majority of reality. And they put their anti-white narrative in your face in countless iterations. So here you have it again. White or females in general are suffering because all of society is telling them they can't do it. They can't achieve. They can't go beyond.
So, put yourself first. You can't be...
Yeah, I'm so sure females need to be told to put themselves first. The most solipsistic animal on planet Earth is the female human being. The most self-centered animal on planet Earth is the female human being. Put yourself first, why don't you? Fuck off. What a joke. And here's this anti-white right here.
Confident. So be...
She's allowed to be, now Caitlin here, she's allowed to, Clark is allowed to be center stage again because she came out and after getting the MVP and all, she was like, no, it should have gone to the black athletes. I'm just like a side spectacle. They're all oppressed and suppressed and totally kowtowing and signaling anti-whiteism. So she's going to be allowed to participate in the Nike commercial.
Be confident. You can't challenge. so challenge. You can't dominate, so dominate. You can't flex,
That's just gross, by the way. That was really gross.
so flex. You can't fill a stadium, so fill that stadium. You can't be emotional, so be emotional.
Be emotional. Females really need to be told that as well. You can't be emotional. Be emotional. That's what we need. We need more females behaving like children in the world. Children throw tantrums. Remember, that used to be a norm of the West, that only children were allowed to throw tantrums, and then they had it taken out of their behavior in various ways. But no, be emotional, ladies. Make yourself first. Because all women, they're just always backseat. They're always just forced to put all the men first.
You can't take credit. You can't speak up. You can't be so ambitious. You can't break records. You can't have any.
Yeah, just tell Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace, a great depiction of how females aren't allowed to speak up.
You can't make them.
Using her position in government in the most profane way, sullying the role and the house itself.
And proud. You can't keep score. You can't stand out. Whatever you do, you can't win.
She's got like that jive going. Yeah, you got that jive going, girl. Yeah, you do. Okay, whatever you do, you can't win. They're playing, as long as they're playing against girls, they'll win. If they have to play against the worst of the guys, they're going to lose. That's why Trump just signed that order, because girls can't beat guys, even the worst of the guys, the best of the girls.
So win.
Okay. All right. So there you have more anti-whiteism, more of the anti-white narrative being perpetuated. Juliet, last comment, question 1. A fellow performing nose piercings, which cause a bodily reaction of a tear from an eye, said, "This is how I get girls to cry over me." Oh, question number 1 from the question of the day, cheesiest line, hookup line. And yeah, that's some major cheese. That's some deep cheese. I forgot to share, said Jay Bishop, but Reese's cereal post, I think, put a particularly ugly black female basketball player in the box. No one bought it, and it was marked down. I didn't see that. Arden Party says, question 1. You look like you have a little Newfoundler in you. No? Want some? That's good. That's cheese. That's cheese, my friend. Yep, that's a cheesy line. Question 2. Earliest memory, watching Luke Skywalker get his damn hand cut off in the theater, sitting on mom's lap. Was that Luke Skywalker on your mom's lap? Or was that you? Yeah, that's terrible. I can imagine that's like a trauma to your young self, seeing the hand get lasered right or lightsabered off. All right. Done with Nike. What's up next? Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Can you believe they had an ad? How much money does the Foundation Against Anti-Semitism have? And there you get to one of the things over the years that I used to get so frustrated with about white sympathetic people, because they would complain about the Jewish people coming together and funding their group well-being to attain individual well-being. And I said, that's actually like a really noble thing to do. We should do that, don't you think? They would slander them for that, working together. And I said, another problem there is that if you slander them for that winning behavior, then our people are disinclined to emulate it. So, no, we need a completely different. The foundation for whitewellbeing.org is our foundation for financing big things, small things, all the way around things. And if you donate there, be sure to designate yours truly for those funds. But do you think that the Foundation for White Wellbeing has $8+ million for a Super Bowl commercial? No. Whose fault is that? Is that the fault of Jews or blacks or Hispanics or Arabs or dingoes, Martians? Whose fault is it? It's our fault. So if we look at the Foundation to Oppose Anti-Semitism and we see that they have $8+ million to run an advertisement during the Super Bowl, we should be saying to ourselves that we should do that too. The only way to do that is to teach our people to think of their individual well-being by way of the group well-being. And the way to do that is to use the concepts and spread the concepts that we teach in the Go Free Dialogic. It's that simple. So because a percentage of the overall Jewish population thinks this very noble thought for themselves, they're able to amass the money to run these advertisements. And in these advertisements, make them look whatever way they want. You know what? We would be able to make our advertisements look whatever way we want if we can become a people and bring in funds like that. You can sit around and complain about them all day long if you like. It won't stop things. People have been complaining about them for generations. Look at where we are today. So it's obviously does not work. What do they do in this commercial? Well, it's about stopping hate. Hate here is, of course, the mean pathogen, hate, in the anti-white narrative. And by proxy to this foundation, they're really talking about anti-Semitism, right? And they square off two people to go at it. Calvin Brodus, which is the real name for Snoop Dogg shit, and the quarterback, Tom Brady. Why not Brady Stein? Why not some Jewish person? You see, the people at that foundation didn't want the look of a Jewish person slandering someone else for the race to which they belong. So they had a white guy stand in. In fact, maybe the ultimate white guy, Tom Brady. Let's have a look.
I hate you because we're from different neighborhoods.
I hate you because you look different.
And this is another thing that is typical of the anti-white narrative, is that it's always superficial. Shouldn't have put super and superficial side by side. When it comes to explaining any animosity, distrust, etc., between and among the peoples of man, they make it superficial and trite and baseless and childish. And so here you see a great example of that. If you are nervous about another group of people, well, that nervousness is because you just hate the neighborhood they live in, because it's a different neighborhood. And you hate them because you don't understand them. You hate them because you have baseless fear for them. In the anti-white narrative, and we all learned this, and what's really interesting about this commercial, it kind of shows this trend of adults in the West getting dumber and dumber and dumber, because every single one of us listening learned this particular aspect of the anti-white narrative as children, that all disagreements, all angst about any other group of people, if you're white, is baseless, trivial, vapid, ignorant, ugly. You just don't like them because he dresses different. They dress different than you. That's all it is. You're not actually, and that's when white people oppose their town being white erased by some super law-abiding, I don't know, people from the heart of Africa or South America. When they object to the white erasure of their town, that's not really what they're doing. You see, in the anti-white narrative, that's explained away as they just don't like the way they look. Do you see how wrong that is? Do you see how that's illegitimate? That's an illegitimate reason for disliking them. You just don't like that they eat falafel. You just don't like that they keep chickens in their yard where it's illegal to do so. That's just, it's so superficial and illegitimate, and that just makes you a hater. We all learned this literally in kindergarten. You might not be able to remember it, but that's where you were taught it.
I hate you because I don't understand you.
I hate you because people I know hate you.
I hate you because I think you hate me.
Because I need someone to blame.
Because you talk different.
Because you act different.
Because you're just different.
You see that right there? If the white race was worth a shit, you know how much respect I would have and how big the audiences would be, how many people would be showing up?
Man, I hate that things are so bad that we have to do a commercial about it.
Me too.
Things are so bad. You remember what I told you about the anti-white narrative earlier? It's always so bad. Calvin says here, I hate that things are so bad that we got to do a commercial about it. There'll be 5 fucking white people left in America, and they'll still be making a commercial like this. It's never going away. It's never getting better. It is static. Remember what I told you in my book that I have out today, Crucible. An epiphany that I had, 7th and 8th grade, 11 through 13 years of age, an epiphany I had in the lunchroom there was this narrative, that we are in a narrative. And I told my friends at the table, my contemporaries there, we are the villains now. We're the white kids who are the villains now. The white kids who were at this school before we came, they were the villains. And the white kids that come after us, they will be the villains. Do you know how many years ago that was? That school is still there, and the white kids are the villains. This is a narrative. It never changes until we make it change. So here you have these stand up to hate hashtag paid for by the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. So you know the problem is that they're getting at is that people don't like Jews. There's some people who don't like Jews. So we want you to know that we find it to be a problem. But rather, as I said, than have a Jewish person slandering another race, they decided to have the ultimate white guy stand in. How nice of them. All right, final commercial. I think it's our final or next to last commercial. No, it's the last one that we're going to look at tonight. And then we'll begin to wrap it up. He says, I hate because they eat noodles, not spaghetti. Oh, yeah, he'll get paid. Persecution narrative unites and emboldens. Yeah. But make sure to call it the anti-white narrative, because that's like general. So you will be stronger and we will be stronger if you make sure the anti-white narrative of non-white persecution unites and emboldens them. I remember digesting that MP. I imagine a hateful and unsolicited white male says knowwhyguilt.org, Westman Positivity. All right. Yeah, for Noel talking about ay, 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 ay. He also says, question number 1, cheesy pickup line. Do I know you? Let me check. What's your number? Very cheese, but it worked. Tree Godfather saying in response to something says, let me help with that. Bit late to the pickup game, but has anybody dropped the I'm not Fred Flintstone, but I can make your bed rock? Oh, that's funny. Although I don't know how many people would get it now. How many people remember the Flintstones anymore? They lived in bedrock. That's a good one. That's cheesy, but it's good. That's funny. Ay, 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 ay. All right. Last commercial that we're going to be looking at tonight, and it's a real winner. In fact, I have a whole list. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I wrote out an entire list immediately. I was just like, and sent it, and then I was like, oh shoot, I missed a couple things. It's going to happen. We'll see what you all pick up about how anti-white this garbage is. Let's put it on the big screen. This is a Central High School, 1985. So it's taken us back to the 80s, mid 80s. So it's the ultimate 80s. And obviously everything is in the anti-white narrative to tell us a number, and I mean a wild number. It is so anti-white that you would think it's self-parodic, that it's like we made it to make fun of anti-whites. That's how anti-white it is. That's where we are today. Always remember, when you are shocked, when you're like, wow, things are bad, always reflect upon all of the different ideas, ideologies, objectives, vehicles, political parties, etc., that have gone before. Because you need to know that when you look at how bad things have gotten with those tools being in use. So unbelievable that it's gotten this bad. It was in reference to the Foundation for White Wellbeing. Attaboy, Tree Godfather. Thank you, brother. Winger Productions. Does this smell like chloroform? I've used that. But it works every time. Every single time. They don't even really know what chloroform is. And I just laugh I'm like, they'll take a big whiff and then I just catch them. Every time it works. I can't believe how awesome it is. Are you with me? Can you get an amen? Can a guy using chloroform get an amen? We also have, another set of commercials that we might take a really brief look at. Look at the time. Yeah, we'll take a brief look at just to see some more of the anti-whiteism. Oh, and I meant to look up one I just saw today. We'll get more into the general conversation about commercials and anti-whiteism. And they've been so useful to me over the years in red pilling and bringing people to white well-being. It's amazing. And we'll talk more about that as we get to it. And I'll be checking around. So let's open up this monstrosity. Oh, not that one. What happened? Maybe the chloroform kicked in. I really like that. Does this smell like chloroform? Will you take a whiff of this perfume on this rag for me? Jason's so creepy. He used chloroform on women. Of course I knew it. What the hell? Why is it not showing up? Stars and stripes are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. That worked. From now on, sing a little bit. The platform must be female. All right, here we go. Central High, 1985. And then you pick out a meme pathogen or 2 or 3 and write it into the live chat. And I'm going to keep a look and see. I know we got comments over here on X as well, and I'm keeping an eye on them. We had Pepe saying, seems that feminism is anti-male, not so much anti-white. Anti-male is anti-white, because where do you see feminism destroying non-white males? They are only ever harmed as collateral damage to the attack on white males. So you keep your eye open for that, and you'll see that it's just another set of arguments to destroy the white man, the white family, etc. Feminists have even made arguments about the destructiveness of the white male and the white nuclear family, and the strength and power of the black family. So like back to back. So you just keep an eye out for that and you'll see. But that's a good point. Just to make a point really quickly. And that is that, not necessarily for this, because this is literally anti-whiteism. Feminism is literally anti-whiteism. They're not going into Iran and saying and taking down Iran. They're not going to, except insofar as it's beneficial for the United States geopolitical objectives. They're not going into, so pick other countries, into other countries where feminists with the money that they have could turn the civilization over overnight. And doing that, their focus is in Western countries. It's kind of like with abortion. There were countries, abortion took hold almost everywhere across the West at the same time. There were a few countries that held out, and they took a little bit longer before they allowed abortion. But the important thing to remember is that when abortion was brought into effect in the West, America was almost totally white. Other Western countries were 100% white. So abortion is not to target non-whites, it's to target white people. Black people end up being collateral damage and using abortion as a form of contraceptive. Democrats come into office, individual people just trying to get elected to office, and they will tell those who will vote for them, hey, I will give you what you want. Do you want liquor stores and abortion clinics? If you vote me in, I'll give you that. And so that's how you end up with these abortion clinics in black neighborhoods. But it's a consequence, collateral damage of anti-whiteism's endeavor to inflict injury on white people. Having said that, so that's a literal. Having said that, as a people, ask yourself, because we are not accustomed to being a people. We're just not. So ask yourself, if you have to, how would Jewish people, they do peoplehood very well. A percentage of them do, not all Jewish people. A percentage of them do peoplehood really well. So this is like a little learning tool. If there was something in society that was generally harming Jews, but its intent was not to harm Jews, wouldn't Jews still call it anti-Semitic? Wouldn't they still see it as an attack on their people? Of course they would. So I know that for so many white people, and maybe it's because we lost so much of the good genetic stock in the big wars, but so many of us just can't even, they're like, what? How could that be? It just doesn't, well, it does make sense. And if you do it, the white race will survive. If you don't, it won't. It's that simple. Now, it's going to, all of these villain role-playing losers in the white sympathetic sphere, they're going to be out there in their little message groups. The no white guilt guy told people to ask what would Jews do. He's obviously a Jew. He wants white people to survive. All right. So what I would like, though, just another reminder is when we go through this commercial, pick out one or two or so and meme pathogens. For example, the villain is a white guy. The white villain has blonde hair. Okay? So some examples. Picking out. It's a little exercise for us here.
School, son, school. Jaworski, you're on thin ice, mister. Hey, Principal P. Kicking your principal. Everybody's on thin ice.
What's this? A Dorkosaurus Rex?
Come on, Chad. I don't want any trouble.
Leave him alone. Kick your butt, Chad. Hey, Chad. Check out the new girl. Ew, what is she wearing?
Girls don't play football.
They do where I'm from.
Get a load of this one. Think fast.
You think fast. Right in the Jimmy Johnson.
This ain't over.
We just getting started, Chad.
Just to remind everybody, this is a Super Bowl commercial, and I'm interrupting it because I am reviewing it.
Let's go, let's go. Get down, get down. Come on. There you go. Yeah.
Ooh, little girl, bad.
Oh! Enough. Let's settle this once and for all. Your best guy,
Girl.
whatever, versus our best guy.
All right, stopping again. We're reviewing this. And I'll point out now that this is an NFL commercial, another anti-white NFL commercial, this one promoting varsity flag football for girls and saying that people should push for this across America.
The Brad.
I'm Brad.
I can read.
There you go. You got folded up, Brad. Get her. Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. I'm going to write down, and I just saw more. I just saw more meme pathogens. I mean, this is so epically bad that this really should be, this commercial in and of itself could be a semester's worth of work in researching, identifying, and understanding anti-whiteism. So let me just reach out with what I saw initially and just shot off a tweet as quickly as I could because, you know, Grok tells you the quicker the better, right? Really works out. Blacks are better at sports than whites. Girls are better at sports than white guys. Black female as the protagonist, supported by, so good guy, supported by a multiracial girl squad. Stereotypical white villain, guy with blonde hair, probably blue eyes, named Chad, a usual name for white people. Supported by white female cheerleader, blonde hair, blue eyes, derisive and insulting to the non-whites. Black guy as an intelligent nerd, supported by a white female. Stereotypical white bully with a mullet, he's dumb, shown to be athletically inferior and pathetic by the black female protagonist. The white villain cheats by sicking his whole crew on the black female protagonist, and she still defeats them. So the white guy is a cheater, a thief trying to steal victory from her. The white principal is uncool, he's balding, he's clownish, he's mocked by the cool non-white student. Villains in orthodox clothing. Remember, we go to this other NFL commercial? You see the theme here from the NFL? In orthodox clothing, uniformity embracing norms. The protagonists, the good guys, unorthodox clothing, embracing contrary to norms. Even the white cheerleader says, "What is she wearing?" Same NFL, both commercials. Girls were literally, and I just added this at the end, saved by Trump days ago from having to compete against the worst of males because they can't beat them. But in this commercial, girls are superior to male athletes. Remember I told you, how long is it going to be? Shouldn't it be something in the bill that says girls aren't allowed to say that they're better than guys? They can do everything a guy can do, but better. And I said, how long is it going to be until we have to hear that again? The Super Bowl, days later. So let's have another look, see what you all got. Brad is another JH pointing out, although NWG doesn't light up orange for me, so the @ symbol NWG doesn't light up for me. I know I see that sometimes, and I just want folks to know I'm not ignoring you. If you're putting the @ symbol NWG, it just doesn't light. So on YouTube, it's got to be no white guilt, but thank you. Brad, another normal, wholesome name of the white race for boys. Chad, Brad, they're making fun of our names. They're making fun of the white race. You are uncool. I noticed more, and I'm wondering if any of you saw any of the other ones I noticed. Let's see, Dan, what did you say? No, that's not for me. Claire is here. Hello to you. White people being shown sticking together is being portrayed as mean, bullying, rude, and aggressive. When black female is sassy and assertive, it's portrayed as cool and inspiring. Absolutely. White's ritually humiliated, and or full of bad traits. Precisely, yes. Image, if it was all Jew stereotype at that level, right, and understand that argument is going to be ineffective for help bringing our people together. Exactly. I bet the same anti-whites who would condemn you for your message would laud Jesus for his, and then say, what would Jason do compared to what would Jesus do? You would win hands down. The great Samuski has spoken. Fournel pointing out that the cops would show up and arrest Brad for a hate crime. Fournel also saying, what a stupid initiative. So, but this initiative, you're right, it plays into that anti-white narrative. That's not reality. Girls are oppressed, suppressed, exploited. They've been stopped from playing flag football, when in reality, they're so awesome and athletic and amazing. That's why they're being kept down, because the white males don't want to look bad and lose in comparison, even though the white males wouldn't be competing against females in actual flag football. Let's see, what else? Stumbling saying, as anti-white as the Chad character is, he's still funny. Well, we could have, if we had the kind of money coming in that the Foundation Against Anti-Semitism has coming in, we would have commercials. They run on the internet. We would have movie trailers. Would run on the internet. They would be fantastic, and we would have all the characters we want. Ivan says girls aren't good at playing football. Dan asking, what are those sunglasses? Cool Papa J Magic says he's so sick of it. Biospirit noticing the mean pathogen. Girls can do anything men can do. Absolutely. Nameless one, when they run into each other, the noodly arms. It'll be like a noodly wreck. Is that what it is? Claire says that he or she believes that this is an anti-black male commercial. Well, it's, and I'm not surprised that Whitlock did not notice that it's so anti-white. Did he even say that? I mean, that would be insane, though, to watch this commercial and not see how anti-white it is. This is about female flag football. So there's not going to be a black male protagonist superhero in the commercial. It's just not going to exist. And we'll get to the scene with the principal in a minute, and also the scene with the black guy in the stands in a minute. But I'm interested, please tag me with your response about Whitlock and whether or not he noticed how anti-white it is. Said that Whitlock said it was emasculating. I mean, you really got to be reaching for a commercial about girls flag football that doesn't show black males kicking ass on the field. They have a black guy who is the genius character, the nerd, the smart person at school. I mean, so again, Jay Bishop says, with the handsome white man named Chad being used as a slur, precisely. That's another one. All right, let's jump back into it, and I want you to keep giving me your thoughts on it. Says, number one, there's a black girl boss. Number two, aesthetic white girl is dumb blonde. Fair hair. 3, and dumb. 3, white person of authority is not respected and is a nerdy aesthetic too. All good finds, absolutely. This is one of the chief exercises in the Go Free practice intentionally. For many years, I taught people to just watch the commercials. And you all remember, it was like 3 Christmases back when I had a woman that I knew, and I had said to her, do you ever notice how anti-white the commercials are? And she was like, sometimes. She's white. She was like, sometimes. And so I was like, all right, how about you take a challenge? Get out a notebook and write down the name of the company that was the commercial was in the product on Notepad, and see how many over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And do you remember she came back with like 50? And she had, I asked how many hours, of TV. And I don't know, it was no more than the average person. And she was absolutely stunned. I told her, I was like, anything, if it's making white people look slow, stupid, awkward, clumsy, evil, if they're the criminals, so she probably missed some too. It was somewhere between like 35 and 50. Do you remember? And I made a video out of it, and I could only find like 27 of the commercials online. And I made a video out of it showing like tiny snippets, and then YouTube pulled it. What a surprise. I'm like, look at this, one after the other after the other. The anti-whites know that it's an ultimate form of teaching about anti-whiteism. And folks, I was doing, no one in the white sympathetic sphere, no one. In fact, to this day, this is a practice of going free. And it's massively eye-opening. And it really strengthens your ability to see anti-whiteism. In fact, I challenge you tomorrow to go back through this commercial and see if you don't see more. And then the next day, see if you don't see more. That's really how you strengthen yourself in service to white well-being. First thing, Writes Ardent Party, the blacks do is assault an authority figure. Well, the way you're reading that, though, is how we who are observant and seeing, looking at crime numbers, for example, and the way we would see that in that scenario. But ask yourself, how is the average person going to see this? And we'll get to that. Mestizo Carf says the funny part is the nerdy black guys get picked on by the more stereotypical black guys in school. And my friend, that's one of the ones that I didn't get in my list. And we'll talk about it. Okay, stop right there. First thing. What's this? What's that thing? Obese, goofy, stupid looking, running with toilet paper down the hallway. Immediately setting the table. 1985 was more white than 2025. And this is what you had in the school. The obese, the morbidly obese almost kid, white kid running down the hallway. Dude, I got toilet paper. Dude. Right off the bat. I totally missed that the first time. Authority figure. There you have him. There you have. Oh, is that my... Oh, thank you, brother, the great 4-0, Sharon Lanks. Here you have your white authority figure. And as you can see, they picked an actor who was balding, fat, in a ill-fitting shirt, and kind of a basic bitch suit and a hideous tie. All of these things are intentional in entertainment. Nothing here is left up to chance. Remember that. Never forget that. Just imagine what really happened. People are sitting around and they're saying, what will the principal look like? He'll be white. He'll be balding. Oh, he'll have a really ugly tie. Oh, he'll be fat. And then others reviewed this and said, yeah, that's smart.
Jaworski, you're on thin ice, mister. Hey.
And now here comes the totally cool black kid, probably break dancer, with like the coolest jacket of the era, kind of a jacket. And the principal is such a joke that you can literally drop a sign on his back that says, kick me. And then kick him in the rear there. Now, how is this guy in this interaction perceived by the average person? Not by a race-conscious black commentator who is going to be viewing this through the lens of, we're Christians, and it would be immoral to give a light tap to your principal's rear. And so therefore they've made all black people look like they are wild animals in this. No, the average person is, and in particular, where this is most relevant, is the younger you go, because the younger is always the future, are going to view this as the white principal is inept, is awkward, is dumb, and the cool, the suave black guy in the cool clothes is able to get away with a light tap in the ass after patting him on the back, dominating him with ridicule, dominating the white guy with ridicule. All the white kids that are watching this are going to laugh. Oh, the black guy got it over on the dumb white principal.
Stop kicking your principal. Everybody's on thin ice.
All right. By the way, this music is really cool. It was in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I used to blast it in the car back in the day. But here you have, here's your villain, blonde hair. They're in their Letterman jackets.
What's this?
Okay, and there you have, we're coming up on the black, nerdy, meaning intelligent, thinker, deep thinker, hard studier, law abider, So maybe he is to offset the more with it and hip black guy who gave the principal a tap in the ass. But here's the brilliant black guy. And what's he doing? He's helping, just like the blacks in that earlier NFL commercial, he's helping these white girls pick things up off the ground. Black guys are a benefit to white females. They help white females. They are there to assist you. These characters in the anti-white narrative are ubiquitous.
A dork is so
Okay, the white villain shows up and calls the really nice, the really kind. And again, remember how white youth are going to be perceiving this. They're the future. They're the ones whose righteous indignation you have to deal with in the future. The nice, helpful, friendly, very smart, hard-studying black guy is being called a dorkosaurus, which is a lame insult, of course. It's the bad guy, so of course he's going to have a lame insult. But he's insulting the nice guy. This is truly the bad guy. Look at him. He's stereotypical white. He's handsome. He's got blonde hair. And as I said, he probably has blue eyes.
Morris Rex.
And remember what we've said before in the anti-white narrative. If there are non-white people that are bad guys, they are led by or pressed into service or have a backstory where white people are forcing them to be that way. So your leader is white. That makes it okay to have a couple of non-white people that are subservient to him. They wouldn't be going bad if it weren't for the white guy.
Come on, Chad. I don't want any trouble.
So the black guy's nice. I don't want any trouble. And then here comes the white girl to defend the black guy against the white guy.
Come along, I'll kick your butt, Chad.
What is that teaching young white females? Whose side are they on? What is the moral thing to do? Who should they defend? Who should they attack? Who should they trust? Who should they be wary of? Isn't it crazy that I have people all the time show up and they're like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Chad, check out.
Okay, so there you have the exact same spectacle as Chad and his two underlings. Two subservient, non-white, and they even have one that's less non-white and one that's more non-white. Just the exact same thing with Chad. So subservient to what is presumably, since she's in the center, just like Chad is in the center. Remember, these placements are not accidental. As a consequence of being in the center, she's seen as the most important. So therefore, she's the leader. Blonde hair, definitely blue eyes, I was able to see. And what is she doing? They and the guys, the villainous guys, are orthodox. They're uniform. They're dressed all in the same way. She is mocking the unorthodox dress, the revolution that Kendrick Lamar was singing about. Do you see how all this works together?
The new girl. Ew, what is she wearing?
So there you have the first time you get to see the protagonist, the good guy, this woman, this female right here. She's the leader, her underling. It's okay to have this white female as a subordinate in her group because she's in charge. And this white female here is anti-white. She's disgusted, teaching all the little white girls what you're supposed to think about another white girl saying that a non-white girl is not dressed nicely. Unorthodox.
Girls don't play football.
They do where I'm from.
Get a load of this one. Think fast.
That, of course, the think fast. Chad gives it his all to try to overcome this non-white female, this black female, and she easily triumphs in the contest. Another mean pathogen. It's like I told you. It is so filled with the shit of anti-whiteism. So many mean pathogens. It looks like something that we could make to mock it. But that is how anti-white things have become.
You think fast.
Easily overcomes the bad guys. Now, she can't overcome him at this point in this story of this commercial. So she has to overcome one of the subordinates. And you see that happening there. The climax is her overcoming Chad. And that's when he orders his underlings to cheat in the contest with the girl. Stumbling says, do you think the actors and actresses realize the anti-whiteism in this? 100%, to varying degrees, but 100% they know it. I says, I've seen YouTubers do this with Christmas ads in the UK. Yeah, I did years back some of the UK adverts as well. Ivan says, an MP here is that white people harass non-whites for no reason. That's another great find. I didn't get that one. You're absolutely right. White people are just walking around looking for non-white people to attack. Remember, when people try to tell you, just as an aside, when people try to tell you, oh, it's just a commercial, just let it go. It's just fiction is indistinguishable from reality to the subconscious mind, which lives 95% of our lives for us. It lives 95% of our lives for us. What you view determines what you think reality is. This is where the actual psychological warfare that states wage in this age is centered. It's this understanding. Wing of Production saying a sandy blonde. Yep. Of course, a tree godfather. Of course, it's a dorky white female. Biospirit saying he thinks that the Dorkosaurus black character is a teacher. I don't think so. I think that is being shown as because of the way he responds. He's like, Brad, don't, like a teacher character would maybe be more authoritative. But yeah, all of the kids, I mean, even when you look back to the shows, even in the 80s, and the teenagers were always played by people who were well out of their teens. But I can see where you would come to that conclusion, if I'm reading that right. Yes, Jason, you've long ago figured out their anti-white psychology, says Nova Hora. Thank you, brother. All right, let's continue.
Ooh, right in the Jimmy Johnson. This ain't over.
Right in the Jimmy Johnson. There's something there, but we'll continue.
We just getting started, Chad.
And there the way she says his name there, Chad.
Let's go, let's go.
Okay, out here, the girls are knocking out push-ups. They're every bit as good as the white guys. They do push-ups. How many push-ups are you actually going to get to see? Of course, they can't do many, but the impression is that they can do as many as the guys. There's the first time you see the black guy on the stands, and he's an interesting character. These fast clips of the girls doing athletics is to try to imply that they are magnificent athletes when we know that they actually suck, except when they're playing against other girls. But
Ooh, new girl.
okay, here comes your super cool, is he even in school? Black character. Afro grown out is to imply part of the revolution against Western civilization, Western kind. Blacks have always, whenever they look at Kaepernick, whenever they really want to say, I am against the West, I'm against white men, they grow out their afro, they grow out their kinky hair. Like, I don't care what you think, my kinky hair is better than your straight hair. This is my revolutionary statement. And now this guy is serving in this role as this character to tell you, the viewer, what you're supposed to be thinking, just in case you haven't quite picked it up yet. There might be some white children, teenagers, young adults that haven't quite picked it up yet. And so he is there to really drive the point home that she is bad, and meaning she's really good.
Bad.
Of course, they add the sound effects like Kung Fu Theater. What am I missing? Am I missing anything?
Enough.
So you got to see his reaction there. His reaction was really important because he's reacting like something amazing was just done on the field by female. So he's signaling, he's telling you. Do you see how deep the psychological warfare goes? He's telling you they are amazing. Whoa, holy shit. Do you get it? The signal is sent. You didn't have a very good look of it, but he has a great watch. He's in the stands. Okay, now here comes Chad and his subordinates for the ultimate challenge. Here comes the climax.
Let's settle this once and for all.
Or the settle it once. Do you see how a commercial can have all of the points of an entire book, an entire movie, an entire chunks of TV series, the subtexts, the ultimate narrative arc? Do you see how all of the different elements of story making is packed into this extremely powerful propaganda?
Your best guy?
Girl.
Whatever. Versus our best guy. The Brad.
Okay, so Brad, just like Chad. Now, this guy in particular is totally odious and totally odious character. He shows up and he is your white guy with the Germanic features. So he is the ultimate bad guy. He's got the square jaw, right? But they're not going to have him be brilliant. No, he's a moron. He's a, quote, dumb blonde. So Brad is dumb. He can hardly even say his own name. His shirt has his name on it. You can infer from that it helps him to remember his own name. Do you notice how when I take this apart, you can listen to people who take apart movies and they spin wild yarns about things that you can't know and tales about the characters that the writers have invented out of whole cloth, and they don't actually give you anything that empowers your understanding. They might give you something entertaining, but nothing that empowers you. So they have to go like in this weird, circuitous way, this serpentine way to make this explanation about what's taking place or potentially taking place in the movie behind what you're able to actually see when there is nothing actually there. And that's a whole subject in and of itself. Whereas I don't have to dig deep to totally empower you when you move forward. Brad with his shirt with his name on it, so possibly he can remember it because he's that dumb. And then the haircut from the 80s that was very stylish at the time, but after the 80s was perceived in every scenario as comical and stupid, i.e. the mullet. They put him in a mullet because they know in 2025, you're not going to perceive it as a kick-ass cool haircut. You're going to perceive it as a joke. Therefore, he's a joke. The black guy in the stand saying, not the Brad, is meant to build up the villain so that he is a worthy opponent to be beaten, so that you feel the elation when he's beaten. He's an actual worthy opponent. He's not just a papier-mâché character.
I'm Brad.
And did you notice when he said, I'm Brad, it sounds like Brant? Do you think that was an accident? Do you think the actor didn't know how to say the name Brad? Did anybody else pick that up? That he's got a shirt that says Brad. Chad calls him Brad, But he steps up and says, I'm Brant.
I can read.
Okay, now this is something that really struck me when I watched it for the first time with you all. They actually went out of their way to make sure that Brad had a farmer's tan. So they had this character, they had this actor get a farmer's tan for this role. Again, farmer's tans seen as silly, we laugh at them, something else to add to the character of Brad to make him a joke. Shorts that are too short and a farmer's tan. I mean, how much further do you have to go? Something else that I notice here, and this is a really subtle aspect. Brad is siding off now against the superior black female and therefore the black race, because if black females can beat white males in sports, black males can. Notice the background. So it's like Brad's halo is all white. You notice this? Maybe this girl might be non-white, but can't really tell. She could be a white person. For some strange reason, Brad's halo is all white, driving home the point. Here is the great white hope. Okay, and then she very easily, in football, it's called juking, jukes Brad. And as we say on the football field, out of his jock strap, he totally whiffs to trying to grab her flag. She easily goes by this white guy. No problem. And there they show the whiff more than once. They show the whiff twice.
There you go. You got folded up, Brad.
And then you hear the guy in the stands again saying, you got folded up. Driving home the point that he's the loser. And now you see Chad, the white leader, cheating. And this is what white people do, and white guys, in all the anti-white narrative. It's always cheating. The non-white or the multiracial cast wins, and then the white villains cheat. They try some underhanded scheme. Do you see any difference between that and the historical claims made in the anti-white narrative about what white people do? Do you now wonder why in the streets you see all of these anti-whites of all races claiming that the white race has stolen everything, that they've cheated, that they've just taken unlawfully, that they have, etc.? This is where it comes from. And so now the whole team is going to try to take out this superior black female, i.e. superior black race, and they all fail.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
The black guy in the stands is telling you to celebrate. He's celebrating her domination of the white males and his underlings. And here you have, I guess this is Chad here at the end, diving forward, and she does a backward split over top of him. You know, it kind of reminds me of when Sully'sberger, is that his name? Sully'sberger, took off at LaGuardia full of 200 souls or whatever it was on his airplane. Birds flew into both engines. He lost both engines. He calmly radioed this magnificent white male pilot that every one of us would want to have every time we fly. He radios in, I got to turn around. I've lost both engines. I need another airport. And they say, what about this? He says, can't get there. And he names another airport nearby. And the guy in the tower said, let me check. Then he comes back and said, you can make it. They've opened up a runway for you. And he said calmly, no time. I'm landing in the Hudson. And I'm around this part of the Hudson, so have the emergency crews be there as soon as possible. Absolute genius. Totally ice blood, sang-froid under the pressure of everyone dying on that plane. And then beyond all hope. Sulzberger lands that plane without cartwheeling and it was one of the most amazing things ever done. No one injured, everyone saved, landed on the water. Totally impossible thing to do, and he did it. When that happened, I told everybody in my circles, Hollywood is going to make a movie or a TV show, episodes, etc., where a black pilot does something more amazing than that. Come to find out, within weeks after Sully doing that, they went into production of just such a movie, and 2 years later, 3 years later, they released it, where a black male pilot, flies a airliner with some 200 souls upside down in order to save everybody on board, and he succeeds doing it. Here you have her doing. First Lass is with us. It was Denzel. Yep. There she goes. Look at this. Leave the past behind. What is the past? The white race, the white male, the white norms. Everything you just learned in this commercial that is the villainy is all white. It's white people, and it's our projections into the world, our norms, our order, our conformity. Leave it behind, the NFL tells you. Leave it all behind. The ideas that males are better than female even in sports, which if you forget, before you had girls with penises competing with girls without, that was the norm. Everybody said that a female could do everything that a guy could do, but could do it better. It was socially punishable to acknowledge that males were superior than to females. The number one Jeopardy winner of all time, that is female, has a penis. And so then they take you to game night. They have left all of the white race and everything behind now and all of our norms. And there they are on game night, making another star, another hero out of the black race. And they never have stars or heroes. Jukes out that white female there. Let's make girls flag football a varsity sport in all 50 states. Is that a big movement? Have you ever heard about that before? Just this driving urge that we need more than anything in the world, girls flag football. I submit to you that this is a faux objective of the commercial. The commercial's objective was anti-whiteism. This is just an excuse to run this commercial. That's all it is, to run this anti-white trash. There is no big movement. There is no big urgent need. There is no big desire in the population to have every single state have girls flag football as a varsity sport. So what is that supposed to mean? That now the college football teams are now going to have to also subsidize, among all of the other female sports that they subsidize, they'll have to also subsidize female flag football. Nobody's demanding this. This is nowhere. So I submit that it's a faux excuse to run an anti-white commercial. It is an attack on the West. It is an attack on white people. It is an attack on our norms. That's what this is. That's why they're making this demand for female varsity flag football. That's why this commercial looks like this. It is the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. And there is nothing that will beat it. Nothing else has been shown to beat it except for the white positive imperative that we teach here with the Go Free dialogic. Everything else, politics, attempts at culture, attempts at political parties, attempts at candidates, attempts at archaic ideologies, investigations into philosophy, investigations into other forms of government, an argument for other forms of all of this and so much more, and the attendant ideas and notions have all already failed. If you keep repeating them, you are like ants in a ant colony that somebody's keeping. You can never escape it. You keep digging them tunnels. There's no way out. And then put to the rockin' music. "100% says Kupaba J, 4-0, 100%, Bishop, 100%. Was that the something I said or something else that I should read? Westman Positivity says, I just got off a Swash, Rasmussen and Numbers USA live stream. He read a few of my comments and was all nonchalant. That's awesome. Well done. Good swashing. Good swashing, soldier. Azimuth Clark said, notice they didn't show the stands. They're empty. Yeah, exactly. Nobody would be going to watch that shit. Craig says feminism and anti-whiteism go hand in hand because feminism is just a tool and pretext for anti-whiteism. Precisely. You're right. Humility Listens says, Jason has a very special brain. We are lucky. I appreciate that. And I really appreciate it given the endless disrespect I get in the so-called white sympathetic sphere. 100% the goal is anti-whiteism, not flag football, says Wing It Productions. Thank you. Azimuth Clark said, well, if it's hot girls in bikinis playing flag football, maybe you could get an audience then. What else do we have here? Let me just check back. I see a lot of folks agreeing. That's awesome. Steve Jackson is here. Cool Papa says, F anti-whites. These people are seriously evil. They really are. They really are seriously evil. Mestizo Carf says, is that a Blaxican female? You mean the protagonist? I think she's just has some white genetics in her. I don't think it's necessarily by way of Mexico. Novi says, quote, leave the past behind equals leave yourselves behind, white people. Yeah. They just, with that commercial, they were telling you all that is good and all that is bad. And when they say leave the past behind, they're talking about all that was bad. The blonde white people, the blue eyes, the uniformity, the orthodox dress, the on and on from this commercial. Steve Jackson says that he stopped watching the NFL when they got trans cheerleaders. I didn't. Oh, no, wait, I did hear. They had. Could you imagine by accident? You're up in the. I remember I was at a game with my father, Skins, and my dad's. I got the binoculars, and my dad's like, "What are you looking at?" Because I had the binoculars trained so long on the females, and I was like, "Sorry, sorry, Dad. I'm really into the game." All those physically fit, beautiful white women down there, not interested. First Laugh says he prefers the girls without penises. Winged Production says Drunkzel instead of Denzel. Get the F out of here, says Azimuth Clark, flying the plane, commercial plane upside down. If I missed something that you wrote, you thought it was really good, please tag me and post it again. I want to see it. We grow together. Sullenberger, Godfather. Yep, that's right. So Ardent Party as well. Nobody will remember that guy. It'll because he's a white guy. No one will remember. No one will talk about the Miracle on the Hudson. That'll go away. And the next movie that they make, if they talk about what happened on the Hudson that day, you watch as that character in each iteration becomes more and more non-white. First, one of the things they'll do is they'll get rid of the white co-pilot and they'll make him non-white. But Sullenberger will eventually be non-white as well, if they bother to tell it at all. Novi Horace says, there's a reason they don't show a swimming contest. Well, my friend, with all the tech, the Hollywood physics, they'd have no problem making them epic swimmers. Let's see. Is that Devlin or Devian says, looks totally fake and gay. It is fake and gay. But I will recommend to you that you call it anti-white. Anti-white is the ultimate slur that we can call it. It is anti-white. It victimizes us. It victimizes our young today. It is victimizing us. Imagine what it's instilling in their minds. That's the most powerful thing you can do. Aliens Exist says, I hated the kick to the white principle being celebrated and accepted more than anything in this commercial. It is legitimizing, victimizing the white race. That's a great MP that I missed. Absolutely, Aliens Exist. You're 100% correct. They all laughed and it was funny. And what's that signaling? Exactly. That it's okay to victimize white people because they're a joke. That's a great point. Great point. Is it Delvian? Says, I think Brad and Chad from the commercial will become meme famous. I'm sure they will. But and that's fine. Where I'm coming from with these arguments, the way I see that happening is that the people using them in memes are going to see that as some sort of one-up on the people who made the commercial. If you're seeing it as just something funny and ridiculing these folks, but not one-upping them, then that's fine. Have fun. Rock out. And DM them to me. I want to see them, or tag me when they come out. As long as you realize that snarking off at anti-whites isn't a one-up. That doesn't defeat anti-whiteism. It doesn't end our victimization. It doesn't bring us together as a people. Just as long as you realize that. The snarking off and making fun of it. I mean, back in the 80s, do you know how much fun we made of anti-white things? Mark Dice talks all the time about how back in the 80s, if there had been a guy teacher that had come in dressed up like a female, the class would have ridiculed him out of there. We would have just laughed our asses off at him. We would have made fun of it the entire time. Where are we today? So did the snarking back then and the ridicule and the laughter and everything, does that arrest our victimization? No. I'll enjoy the laugh, though. Rock out on the memes for a laugh. I'd love to see Chad and Brad dominating in the meme world over these anti-whites. He says they threw in a little symbolic castration in the hallway there, too, to emasculate the white male by the black female. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, that guy was he was an underling. He was a subordinate to the white guy. That guy obviously had white blood in him, the one that was hit in the balls, but wasn't 100% white. But you're right. Great points. I mean, you all are making... If the white sympathetic sphere did this for the decades past, we'd already be in control of our destiny. We'd already have the Foundation for White Wellbeing would already be an entity that could compete with the ADL and these others. We'd already be making our own commercials. If this is what we did, we'd already be making headway and putting an end to our victimization. And that's a fact. We need much more of this in white sympathy. Much. This needs to be the work that's done for our people. Or we'll just continue getting worse and worse. I can't even imagine what the Super Bowl in 5 years will look like. Somebody in 5 years will probably take that, clip it, and 5 years from now, they'll put it beside how they probably will have a crucifixion of the last white guy in art. And it won't be, they'll say, oh, it's not meant to represent all white people, even though it's like the most stereotypical white guy. It's just to represent the oppression and the slavery and the exploitation. And that's what they'll say to keep the rest of the white people calm about it. Oh, yes. Delvian saying aptly, smartly, that the subordinate is the stand-in for the Chad, for the white guy. So the white guys are getting emasculated and castrated by way of the somewhat white, somewhat non-white guy by the black female protagonist. And like I pointed out in my notes that I just shot out right away, because Grok always says, and what did I get? Like 1,000 views or whatever on it? That one of the hidden subtexts is that blacks are better than whites. Because if a black female can defeat white males, not just one, but many, what could a black male do? I mean, everybody's going to put two and two together in their own heads. So that's a great point. Thank you. That was a stand-in for the white Chad. Great point. We have Hartza donated and 8 ice cream cones over on D Live. Thank you, brother. Always a champ over there on the D Live. And I think the diamond was from the previous, but thank you so much, Hartza, as well for that. I don't see any tags over here on Odyssey, but hello to those who are there, as I see people are there. Let me turn around to here. We are almost done here today. We're going to have to, we had more commercials to look at that are not Super Bowl related, but generally, maybe we'll do that another time. And a couple other things to take a look at. I will take a look at your final comments and any financial gifts. Make sure you tag me.
It walked in the crowd unaware, a twisted grin, vacant stare, a product of a sick disease that whispers lies like.
Can you hear me over the music?
They fed it hate, told it who to blame, and pulled the trigger, said it.
Let me know if you can hear me over the music.
Some blood so pure, a crimes they never could endure. Loaded with hate and my scorn, you left the world shattered and torn. But
Let's get out our raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. On your feet, 07s. Quadruple 07. Let's make it loud, let's make it proud. Drop some crowns and some swashbuckling flag to the tree godfather. The tree godfather who financially gifted $50 tonight. $50 from the tree godfather. Big salute to you, brother. Thank you so much. And he says, right well-being from the tree godfather. Thank you so much, hero. We also have First Last over here showing up as well with a $5 financial gift. God bless you. Thank you, brother. 07. Find your raucous with the cacophonous emoji. Keep them going. Cacophonous emojis. Wild cacophonous emojis. Quadruple 07 for the dude, the bro, the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, dude, bro, moment. Financially gifting $50 and writing for white well-being. Thank you so much. Great to see you. This is the dude, bro, moment platform. Entropy is. Thank you so much. Keep those applause and cacophonous emojis going. For Dan financially gifting $50 as well tonight. Big applause, big raucous emojis. Thank you so much, good brother. Great to see you. And in terms of those $50, good to be here, brother. Hope you are well. I am magnificent. And thank you for that. Magnificent. And thank you to everybody for celebrating these heroes, for coming out of their working man and working women's pockets to try to finance what we need rather than what we in the white sympathetic sphere all too often like and indulge, and that causes us great harm. We also have over here Stumbling, $15 from Stumbling. Decided to stumble on over to the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy. $15. Thank you so much, brother. Hails, Jason. I'm celebrating getting a great new job with no white guilt. Hey, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Brand new job. You will excel, man. You address these mean pathogens that are seated in your subconscious mind, and you will grow and excel and exceed like you could never imagine. Stumbling, $15. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. Brand new job. Megan Shore, I did remember, tag me again wherever you are as No White Guilt, and I will get to your comment. I know we had a couple here on the X live chat. Looks like Redacted has I'll have to type that in because it won't allow me just to copy and paste it off of the platform. But it says, Brad will have a comeback. So looking forward. Is that a meme already? Redacted? Did somebody already make a meme out of it where Brad like dominates what would really actually happen? Where he does like a John Cena. He like grabs her and he's like, he's up in the air. John Cena up. Breaks her neck. Metaphorically. And she gets up and she's like all punch drunk. And the black guy in the stand's like, oh shit. How did I not see that happening? Pepe Thastru Therasu, is that like Pepe Therasustra? Says that Adam Green talks about different groups of rabbis who actively hate the white race. Yeah, absolutely, but 100%. He's a legitimate researcher, and there are 100% anti-white Jews. 100%. And he obviously is keeping a close eye on a number of these groups. So 100%. What else do we have here? Janitor of White Noir. Every time the advertisement gets posted, change the picture. Okay, so like a suggestion to maybe get around the banning. I'm going to try that, just the white part. And when we come back together on Sunday, I'll let y'all know if they allowed that to proceed or if they took that down as well. That's going to, like I said, both ways are going to tell us a lot. If they allow that to stay on, then that tells us that they know Donald Trump saying it legitimizes it. If they don't allow us to say it at all, they know that anti-white is powerful, just like anti-Semite is powerful. We all know they'll allow anti-Semite. So if they don't allow anti-white, that'll tell you everything you need to know about Linda Yaccarino and Elon Musk and any agreement that he has with the ADL or the FBI or whatever agencies. There are several that could be involved there. But it's clear that with what we see when it comes to the censorship, especially on X, the free speech platform where, remember, Musk was saying, he was lying, of course, that everything that is legal will be permissible. What's the problem with that? And then we end up seeing that anti-Jew spurging is boosted. And we even played you a clip of Nick Fuentes saying the same thing. And white positivity is deboosted. And we prove that to you again and again. We went over that tonight. Even when you're paying them to say that something is anti-white or use the word anti-white or anti-whiteism and they yank it down. So remember that the first advertisements I made with Donald Trump and his sentence from Time Magazine that we caused him to make by way of Donald Trump Jr. and our efforts there. Those 3 advertisements were on there long enough to be working up toward 5 million. And then they figured out, well, we don't want that on the platform. And they deboosted paid for advertisements and then banned them and then rejected the appeals. So we are the reason that X, if they are banning or just deboosting, they could be banning, at least from advertisement, the concepts anti-white and anti-whiteism. And that tells you everything. That they know, the people in power know, that if the white race, if white individuals start looking at their individual well-being by way of our group well-being, it's over for anti-whiteism. Over. All right. Thank you for those suggestions. Janitor of White Noah, Sean was over there too. Says, this is so ridiculous. Flag football says it all. Exactly. All right. Who am I missing over here from the champs? I had some more funny memes and we had some more music, but we've almost used up our full 4.5 hours, but it's been super productive, hasn't it? We've really covered, and we really took that commercial apart. Great Fernald says, thanks to all our amazing champions. Thanks, Noah Guild. Same to you, brother. You're one of the most amazingest. Real hero. Gnostic Truth saying he's not your savior. I'm thinking you were probably talking about Lil Nicky. No, the point there, and the reason we played that clip was because he was not intending to prove what I argue about X and what's happening there. He was making an argument about how if you are going to slander Jews and Israel, then you're going to be boosted to the moon, and that people are out there doing that now on X because you get boosted on X for it. But he's been doing it all along, and he knows that you get, and he does it all the time. So that was the argument he was making, that it's like somehow he's like the original anti-Jew spurg, and now everybody else is a Johnny-come-lately. The point being, though, is that bolsters his observation, bolsters my position. The Gnostic Truth is in the house. Thank you all for celebrating these heroes. Did you see the Mountain Dew seal commercial? I laughed for how absurd it was. I totally missed that. Can you tag me on X with it so that I can see that? Maybe we'll talk about it on Sunday. Novihora says, strange because when I was in my 20s, I beat the blacks I boxed. But now they want white youth to believe it's impossible to win. They're after our young people. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You notice that, I mean, when we had Klitschko as the champion, a guy with 2 master's degrees and can speak 3 languages from Ukraine, and he holds the title for heavyweight champion of the world, defends it numerous times, knocking people right off their feet. The media was absolutely silent about it. No white women know his name. They all know Mike Tyson, for example. That conforms to the anti-white narrative that non-whites are superior, whites are inferior. So Klitschko, being awesome, contradicted the anti-white narrative. So that's how they take a real thing in reality and hide it so that you live in their anti-white narrative. Great point. Ayayay says, what's your perspective on a no white guilt quiz that is easy to get to the public? We're actually working on a bit of a quiz, really more like surveys, but I don't know. DM me, tag me on X, and give me your thoughts. Nexus Moon is here. Something says, did you get my entry? Yes, I did. It certainly makes calling something an anti-white slur possible, let alone effective. It certainly makes calling something an anti-white slur possible, let alone effective, says Craig the Man. Don't exactly know what you're referencing right there. Maybe you tag me again. Gnostic Truth, I'm going to help you out, man. My hand's going out to you. Take my hand, and if you want to end our victimization, if you want, and that's what you want us to recapture our destiny, come up out of that anti-white narrative. Let's start talking about anti-whiteism, anti-white. When we get hurt, when our people are harmed anywhere around the world, talk about those people that were harmed. The perpetrators are anti-whites. We have our story where we're the heroes. This works. And I want you to be a total divine being hero in service to white well-being. Although a little bit above that, I don't know if Gnostic is going to take my offer because he made a comment about worshiping Jews. I hope you'll change your mind, man. I hope you change your mind. We're ending the victimization of our people. I can explain it specifically in detail and show you literally countless testimonials. That strategy of just complaining about a group of people has never ended our victimization. It's never worked. And so that should be like, I hope you change your mind. That should be all the info you need on whether or not that's the way to proceed. Somebody needs to make a game show called Spot the MPs, says the great Fornell. Wouldn't that be awesome? And you would have like a countdown. Money could be given out for the people who get the most, tag the most MPs. That's a great idea. Well, if we had a people, instead of folks showing up all the time to tell me how you got it wrong, Jason, with all of your successes, it's all wrong. We would have the money like that Jewish organization to stop anti-Semitism. Then we could do wild, crazy things like this, because money is the grease and the fuel of the engine in a capitalistic society. Capital defeated religion and everything else a long time ago. I've been citing one of the meme curatives, Hollywood isn't history. Very powerful. Yes, indeed. Mr. Afro isn't the isn't the clap now sigh. They will make the Sullenberger morally questionable, like he did it because he felt like on a whim or just because of his ego. Says, yeah, I think, you might be onto something there as we're running out of time, but you might be onto something there that maybe what they'll do is they'll say, well, they wouldn't have been in that spot if it weren't for Sully running into those birds. He ended up risking all their lives. I could see that being an anti-white interpretation. That's a great point. Remember Epic Beard Man? They race swapped the characters in the movie based on it. Did they? Says Tree Godfather. I'll have to look that up. Many low IQ people get their historical understanding from movies. A Scary World of Evil, says Nexus Moon. Worse than, you're right. Worse than that is that we all get our reality from fiction. That's one of the like brain exploding realities that when you really fully embrace it, you'll really begin to understand what psychological warfare is and how it operates. So it all comes, our entire perception of reality is in fiction. Remember that Denzel film, Book of Eli? Black man literally saves Christianity. I never saw it, but I do remember it. It says, as stumbling. Tree Godfather says, my dad would have been comparing cheerleader asses. My dad was normally like that, but when it came to sports, it was like a military precision-guided laser atomic weapon. You had to be like full focus, like you are in the F-18, you are in the Tomcat, you are in conflict, you are in battle, and it has to be like laser-focused precision ass-kicking. Away from that, not so much. I could tell you some funny stories about my dad. He taught a lot of lessons, and he did a lot of things without talking. He would like set it up. Thank you for your work, brother, says I. Thank you. I appreciate that. Will says he doesn't watch TV either. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. It's all anti-white propagandic BS. All right. I don't think you can tag me again if I missed you. Will you have your dad on your show someday? I don't know. I don't know. He is old as time, but he is still tough as you can't even believe. He fell down the other day, a couple weeks back on ice. And I mean, like bad, wham, totally bad. And I would think any other old person would be broken up into pieces. His old ass, like soldier crawls back into the house, gets up. Nothing is broke. Nothing is on concrete and ice. That would be funny, though. Mestizo says he tagged me, and then I might recognize the seal in the commercial. All right. I'm really looking forward to it now. Gnostic Truth says he's 100% in favor of white destiny. Well, that's good to hear, man. SN is here as well. Says, good stream. Thank you. Bobby Boldley, current heavyweight boxing champ. Alexander Usyk is also not known in the U.S. Another white guy, Bobby. III says you can post a QR code to add an NWG online quiz. And maybe we'll think about that. Costco Cowardly said it's for profit, which is not as cunning as they are with the anti-whiteism, as when not called out, says Craig. Off the Costco investors said they don't want to lose money on anti-white decisions. Yeah, this is what happens all the time. It's like the rubber band. The anti-whites always, they push as far as they can, as far as law and the public will tolerate. It's happened this your whole lives, folks. They push as far as they can, and then they can't push anymore, and the back snaps forward. So it's like there'll be a pause, and that's what we're having right now, which wouldn't even happen if it weren't for one man signing a bunch of executive orders. And then it snaps forward, slows down a little bit, and then it takes right off again. So we have this period, and I don't know who said it on Sunday, but somebody brilliantly in the community said that we've got this slowdown, we've got this pause with Trump in office and the anti-white right, which is not as anti-white as the anti-white left, and we've got to make the most of this time to popularize the concepts that put people in our story, not in the anti-white story, and with those concepts overcome the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white and moral imperative in all of our conversations, which is the battlefield for the destiny of our people, every single one of our conversations. And by way of that miracle, we hope to make a big difference over the next 4 years. By way of that miracle, we claw back even more of our destiny from our victimizers. This is really as simple as the most complex thing can be made, and which was one of the requirements, as over the years I and then we have been putting all this together. That's where we are. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's time for some For Null. Good Valentine's Day. I will see you all on Sunday. Don't forget that on Thursday, Yiz the Unifier has one of her shows, which is going to be Empire of Lies, or what's the other one called? Gulag Cafe. So it's going to be Empire of Lies or Gulag Cafe at 6 p.m. over on her channel on YouTube. So check that out. I'll be there. On Mondays, of course, Mondays are for the Dragons. That's Yiz and the Great For Null on those channels. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Times over on Full Null's channel. We're taking it all back, ladies and gentlemen. And with evenings like this, we gain a lot of ground. We empower a lot of people. Roll out.
You gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. Now hump and get it. Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get head, you got a honky